Hi, Papaya. How are we all doing? We got content warnings right off the bat. They're important. So I just sat here in silence on the content warnings. Monsters. We got violence,
Aspen!
blood,
Good
not
morning,
Aspen.
mijo, to you.
We don't have Aspen. You have blood, death, hydration. I'm drinking some whole blast. Thank you.
I am so sorry. I'll make you a replacement right away. Just give me
I'm
one
not doing
second
that.
and I'll have that ready for you.
I'm
Wait,
not gonna spill my
I should
water
clean
on
this
me.
up before it dries and starts to go bad. I'm really sorry. This is such an embarrassment.
Oh, it's fine. I'm
You
not
having
in a
fun
hurry.
there?
All right,
Having fun
easy
there?
drink. Again,
Okay.
I'm very sorry. Oh, this is your first time here, isn't it?
Okay then.
I hope it doesn't leave a
Awesome.
bad impression.
Let's see how it is. You don't like my normal fit? You want to see Lillian? Disgusting. What are the buttons for this? I forgot. I have to. Do I even set them up? I didn't set up the. Oh, did I even set them up? Did I? No, they're the F1 keys. Okay. I found them. Okay. No, F4. Nope, F3. There you go. F2. F3. F2. Wow, it's classic. I say classic. I say classic. It's not classic. This is not classic at all. And are you happy? Are you happy now, Possum? I'm no longer me. It's no longer you. I'm not the prophet. With the answers you seek. Anyways. We've got death, cannibalism, child abuse, human sacrifice, spiders, love those. Monsters, love those. Domestic violence, hate that. Alcohol, questionable. Drowning, fun. Fire, love fire. Snakes, questionable. Yeah, we get some nice content warnings to start off with. This one, they're important. Sorry, I don't take my phones again. Yeah, just beware. We have these are things. If you're uncomfortable with these, feel free to fuck off. I'm joking. Free to head out. These are important content warnings. But hi, how we doing? We're here with a lovely little game called The Final Prize is Soup. I know very little about this game, besides reading the Steam description, which is that I am unqualified to drink bung po soup, whatever that means. You've been chosen for the game of life, a horror visual novel following a series of death games in the afterlife. We're dead, so we are dead. We have died. We are deceased. Great start. But yeah, we're probably unqualified to drink soup. Still not sure what that means. Soup for the soul. I mean, soup and soul are one letter off each other, so who knows? Not me. Yeah, ooh, funky. You hear the music? You cannot hear the music. I didn't turn the music on. You think I double check that? I'm gonna be very awkward. There we go. Thank you for the music. There we go. Funky. I like it. Extras. I'm liking this background though. I'm liking I'm liking the texture of the title screen. The texture. The texture of the title screen. What am I on about? Well, yeah, the final prize is soup. I'm assuming the soup of life or something like that. But let's play. This is like my third for Nookie game, I believe. The first one is who is the Red Queen? And the next one was I never know how to pronounce the name of the game. I never remember how to pronounce the name of the game. I also don't remember the name of the game, but I never remember how to pronounce the name of the game as well. I'm gonna look for it in Steam real quick. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Lacus and Atropos. That one. I can never pronounce the title. Because I don't know how to read words. But anyways. The fire. Oh no. Within a crackling red, a suffocating black, my mind seems to take form from countless ashes. A falling sensation, jolting me awake. My body would not move. A weight upon my legs, a haze upon my consciousness, as if the flow of blood had congealed within my veins. Women. Women! I opened my eyes. I opened my heavy eyelids and met red. A girl wearing a red dress sat upon my lap. Hey, yo. Look at me. Like one would look at a particularly droll statue in a dull museum. I meant to pull her off me, yet I was unable to make more than the slightest twitch.tv/. I'm gonna lower the volume a bit. It's a tad loud in my ear. A little bit loud. Not that loud, but it's a little bit. Ooh. Ooh. I'm liking this. This is a nice pot screen. I like the aesthetic. I am liking the aesthetic of the pot screen. Also, you can change the stuff. The photo sensitivity. Do we want image description? I think we're good. Yeah, we can do hyper legible. That would probably help me. But I like the aesthetic of this text font. So I will suffer with my dyslexia. I will suffer for the aesthetic. Because why not? Hello phone, what are you yelling at me for? Oh yeah, people are liking and retweeting my post. Reposting my post. In the folly of the design of human flesh, unlike wood mannequins, despite the stiffness of my muscles and joints, I could still feel the hard seat and backrest. I tried to speak, yet more than the same, my voice did not move. She, too, did not speak. Finally, her eyes, red as blood, met mine. As if acknowledging me, as if dismissing me. She stepped down to the ground. In doing so, she opened up my line of sight. I glanced around, still frozen. This was a place filled with shadows and little else. I seemed to spot the outline of a door by a far wall, which was also covered in darkness. Thus a glint of light, where there was no light, instantly caught my eye. A blade. A scalpel. The girl held a small surgical knife that, at this very moment, she let go of. That which fell to the ground, rather than clink or bounce, was devoured by the floor and melted away. A fanciful thought flitted across my mind that this was a dream. She did not speak. I could not speak. My tongue stiff in my mouth, my limbs feeling not my own. Slowly, I regained control of my body and pushed myself up to my feet. A wave of vertigo washed over me as I wobbled to balance. I glanced behind me, finding the chair that I must have been sitting on and the same darkness that covered the rest of this place. Finished, I warily looked back towards the girl. Where was this? Who was she? I tried to remember how I arrived at this situation. Nothing. I couldn't remember anything, instead of feeling a budding heartache on my temple and a sore sensation bubbling up my gut. No one would search for me. A face crossed my mind as if to contradict me. Maybe that person who I pushed away would, but the thought didn't give me any sense of relief. You have already died. Then an unfamiliar voice, the voice of the girl wearing red, broke the silence. This is the afterlife. The court of Diyu. Welcome to the final court, the 11th court, where you will be judged. I was dead, she said. This was the afterlife, she said. To think that my forebears were right. Courts were a major part of the traditional subterranean afterlife of Diyu. A concept formed from a mixture of Buddhist ideas and traditional Chinese ideas. The number was commonly stated to be 10, but I'd heard of variants, albeit not 11. Then again, this wasn't my area of study, but rather information that people would mention now and then when something piqued her interest. That person, not people, that person would mention. Was I in such great shock that my mind would wander so? So, I'm dead. Yes. She looked at me as if I were a fool. Without waiting, she continued her script. I am the judge of the 11th court of hell. You have been disqualified from entering the cycle of reincarnation by your sins in life. Your fate as a sinner will be determined by this court. Therefore, you may not drink Meng Po's. Meng Po's forgetful soup. Mingpo? Mingpo was a goddess of Naihe Bridge in the underworld, serving a soup that would wipe the memory of all that drank it. All souls had to drink the soup before they could reincarnate into the next life, tripped from the burdens of their previous life. Instead, you were given a chance to participate in a trial set by the King of the 11th Court. A game of life. 3 rounds, 3 tests. Should you pass all 3, then you will be brought forth before the court to win the qualification for rebirth, or to undo your death. What did it mean to undo my death? I narrowed my eyes in contemplation, thinking of all the false claims of resurrection made by religious fanatics of all sorts. Of course, I wanted to live again. Somewhere deep in my bones, I had already accepted that I was dead. What sort of tests? Dangerous enough, difficult enough. What happened if I refused to enter this game of life? You will be judged to have lost and be eaten alive. You have no obligation to participate. Simply do nothing and everything will end with time. Now, just wanted to check. Yeah, I have no interest in giving up before I even get started. I looked around again, finding no one but her and me. Why was I the only one chosen for this? Why do you think that? There are plenty of other dead who also play this game. Deciding whether you want to fight over the prize with them once you meet is your prerogative. Also, wondering why if you're also wondering why I'm just turning this like this when I'm talking, sometimes it's because I'm talking really softly into the microphone, and I'm like, I'm not sure if I would talk this, you could hear it or not. I'm not sure how well this is hard if I just talk normally like this without looking at the microphone like now. It's different, it's weird, it's fun, it's kooky. I'm quirky like that. Yeah. I'm quirky like that sometimes. I wanna fucking kill. I wanna die. I hate why do I do this? Why do I do these things to myself? Why do I put myself in situations where I just cringe at my actions? One does not know. I don't know, do I like it? The real question is, I guess, do you like it, Possum? Does this do something for you? Anyways! A low bell rang. She tilted her head upwards, gazing into the darkness. My task here is finished. You have been called. I have been called upon by the king, so I will take my leave now. Not looking for an answer from me, she turned to leave and stepped partway into the shadows, before pausing. She glanced back towards me and pointed to the door by the far wall. Just one more thing. Pass through that door and turn to the first test. The first game. If you were still interested in playing. Then she walked fully into the shadows and disappeared from my sight. I was now all alone. All I had left to do was walk through the door. But I hesitated. The continuing low sound of the bell sent chills down my spine. As I stalled, the darkness approached. Before I realized, the chair behind me was swallowed whole. I stumbled, trying to avoid the shadows that had reached my feet. It extended towards me, and I backed away further, but despite the black barely touching my shoes, I felt it like hands upon my neck, cold yet burning. I gasped, forcing myself towards the door, tearing off the invisible things grabbing me. They seemed to try to drag me back, making my skin burn. I ran. I had to run. The darkness chased. Hi, Kimmy! I reached the door. I could not see the other side, despite it appearing more like a hole in the wall than a door now that I was mere steps away. I had to go. Propelling myself through it with my hands against the frame, I passed through the doorway. A strange light, so similar to the absence of light, enveloped me. Then, I was falling. I grunted as I dropped unceremoniously to the ground. Despite landing on my feet, I slipped on the wet grass and rolled a couple meters down the hill. It took me a moment to reorient myself on the ground. When the world finally stopped spinning, I stood, brushed the dirt off my clothes the best I could, and observed my surroundings. How are you doing, Kimmy? Welcome, welcome. You're just in time. We barely started. There weren't much to comment on. I was in a deserted part of a dark forest. Trees and shrubbery surrounded me on all sides. Visibility was minimum, but moonlight streamed through the gaps within the leaves. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke through the natural quietude. Quietude, that's a fun word. Perhaps I wasn't alone after all. There was something in the foliage. Before I could investigate, a familiar voice filled the air, filled the sky. Welcome to the first round of the game of life. It was a girl in the red dress. Like her voice came from the speakers of a stadium. She was nowhere to be seen, yet could be heard everywhere. The rules are simple. You have 9 hours to arrive at the bottom of the mountain. Alive, of course. I'll be your judge. Good luck. I bit back a chuckle. She couldn't hide the sarcasm in her well wishes if she tried. Well, at least downhill was always easier than uphill. I began walking in the direction of the ground which seemed to slope downwards. I did my best to ignore the eerie feeling of something watching me from within the foliage as I searched my pockets. Did I have anything that would help me get down the mountain in one piece? Not much at all. No wallet, no phone. Not even my lighter. At least the moon was bright tonight. Despite the darkness of the forested mountain, I had enough light to ensure I wouldn't walk right into a tree. 9 hours wasn't a terribly long time, but it was enough to lose strength, to thirst, and hunger. Thankfully, I didn't feel hungry or thirsty right now. But just in case, I should spend some time looking for a river or... A sharp scream sliced through my thoughts and sent a shiver up my spine. Making my heart race in my chest, I jumped at the sound, turning in every direction to identify its origin. Then, the scream began to diminish. The noise of crunching and squelching reminded me of a large dog feasting upon a fleshy reward reached my ears. I ran towards the source. It might have been dangerous. It might have been dangerous, but I couldn't just leave someone in danger. So I naively thought. Dashing towards the noise, I felt my stomach turn as the animalistic eating increased in volume, and further dread came upon me as I realized that I could no longer hear the person. I skidded to a stop before a ridge, finding that the level ground stopped a few meters in front of me. The sound came from below. Walking towards the edge to peer downwards, I wondered if they would be alright. That train of thought died as soon as I saw what became of the person, or what became of the remains of the person. Yo, 85! Congrats on Kimmy, 85 stream streak! Congratulations! Look at you go. They were dead. That wasn't a person. That wasn't a human being. That was just a pile of flesh. A few meters below the ridge, where I stood, a pack of monsters hunched over something terribly red, tearing innards from the lifeless sack of what must have been a human. Words were caught in my throat. My lungs stuttered with each breath. As much as my brain screamed at me to run, I couldn't tear my eyes from the scene. Here. As soon as I thought that, one of the monsters suddenly turned his head. Red dots in the depths of black pits met my eye. That scared me. That scared me for a second. Whoa. Whoa. If those teeth caught me, I'll be done. My sense of equilibrium collapsed and my legs turned to jelly, causing me to fall behind. It let a howl and jumped towards me. Thankfully, I managed to climb upon the ridge to reach me. Yet, sensing my presence above the ledge, for just a few meters tall, it began to slam and scrape against the rocks to find a handle to climb upwards. That was finally enough for my brain to get my legs to work. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I dashed through the forest in the opposite direction to those creatures, hoping I was still going downhill and not into a den of monsters. As I ran past trees and shrubs, a sudden light caught my eye. A bobbing orb within the foliage. appeared to be approaching me. The light flickered in and out as it disappeared behind leaves intermittently. My breath hitched. No, no, no! I didn't even know what the light could be, but considering I just saw a pack of monsters eating the last person that screamed, I didn't want to find out and picked another direction to run. When monsters can be... As I twisted, the ground beneath me disappeared. My foot hit something hard, and the sky swung up outside my field of view as grass and rocks came hurling towards me. Ah! I crashed into the ground, just barely able to stop myself from face planting straight into the dirt. Terror gripped my heart. Did something catch me? When I turned around, I saw only a metal pipe and a hiking backpack on the ground. What tricked me was nothing more than a pair of inanimate objects, innocently scattered, innocuously scattered apart by my impact. Their presence was almost laughable in the face of what I imagined. I wanted to relax and stop thumping for a moment, filled with self-ridicule at my own overreaction. Then I saw the light flickering through the trees again. Too close, I have to leave now! I struggled to my feet, but the one moment of relaxation took more of a toll than I had expected. My legs wobbled, and the glow was upon me before I could even get up. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the end. I was done for. Whatever monster I was running away from was going to eat me. The first bite never came. Instead, I heard footsteps. Instead, I heard human footsteps shuffle closer to my position before stopping. Light swept over my closed eyelids and then shifted out of my face. Whoever stood before me did not speak. However, perhaps it wasn't a monster. When I opened my eyes, it was a pretty face that greeted me. Her usual gloomy disposition broke by the surprise in her eyes. It was a familiar face, her eyes averting mine as she too recognized me. Was I dreaming? Mimi? My heart started thumping for a different reason. Cold sweat breaking out from nervous awkwardness instead of fear. She was Mimi. No, not Mimi. Her name was Chen Yangsi. Chen Yangsi. And my former girlfriend. I used the term former, not because I had died, but because we broke up a few weeks ago. And it wasn't. I swallowed those feelings like I swallowed her name from my lips. Lulu? Shanghai? Yes, Shang Yangsi. Shang Yangsi. We spoke each other's full names, mutually discarding the pet names that we once called each other. That's gonna be fucking annoying. When we had been in love. Shanghai and Shang Qi no yeah. Shang Qi Hai and Cheng Yangsi. We're no longer dating. Xiang Hai and Cheng Cheng. We're dead. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna be fucking dead soon. I finally gathered my thoughts. I didn't expect to see you here. Neither did I. You're here for the game of life as well? A rhetorical question. Who would be hiking deep in the mountains at this hour of night? Certainly not me. Ting Yangzi. She was much more of an indoor girl. Yes. At least the task seems simple. We just have to get to the bottom of the mountain. It's always easier to go down the not. Like our relationship? Like our relationship? Easy? There were monsters on our tail. Monsters? Yeah, I saw them eating one of the contestants. I didn't know how to best describe the scene. My blood running cold as I remembered vividly the monsters eating. However, it seemed I didn't need to. She didn't doubt my words. Oh? What's this? 1 second, what's this? What is this? What is this? What's this about? Ah, I see. Funny. Sorry, check something else real quick as well while I'm here. Well, I'm back. I might just check something else real quick. Unless I'm missing something. Probably not, though. Want to check every now and again. Oh, okay, we're good. She trembled. She trembled as she looked at her phone. It took everything to not reach out and give her a comforting hug. This was a bad dream. We wake up and we would be... I sighed internally. Why did I do this to myself? I couldn't let the past cloud over the present. Still, I looked at the way she clutched her phone. Trembling at the mere mention of monsters made me waver in my conviction. It occurred to me that she would never make it out alive on her own. Alive. That seemed the wrong phrase. I can't believe we're both dead. That's one hell of a coincidence. Coincidence? A horrible one. But yeah. What was the line of interacting with the helping of your ex? What was the line for interacting with and helping your ex? Despite my indecision, there was one thing that I had no doubt about. It didn't matter if we broke up. I didn't want her to be dead. Should we team up? Horror was still evident in her face, but there was a light of hope in her eyes for my words. Well, the phone's gone. She suddenly reached out a hand towards me, but retracted it before I could hold her. With a slight shake of her head and a slight nod, she gave me the slightest smile. If you had me. Hello, phone. What do you want me for? Cool. We chatted about our situation for a few minutes and debated on what we should do. We couldn't find an answer beyond playing this cruel game. Youngsu tilted her head towards the objects on the ground. Oh? Wait. Wait, no. Oh, I can't do it. I can't tell myself that way, damn it. Never. What do we have here? What do we have here? I'll hit the microphone again. I dug through the backpack and I tripped over a couple of bottles of water, a variety of snacks, and a first aid kit. I pulled the items out one by one to show Youngsu. And I guess this. I picked up the metal pipe laying by the backpack and swung it a couple of times. Whoop! Whoop! You know, just gonna swing it, hits her on the head. Whoopsies, you're dead now, bye! I didn't harbor any optimism about its effectiveness against man-eating monsters, but it was a weapon. There's a note from 11. Lucky boxes. Lucky boxes will be scattered throughout the mountains for players to use as they please. I suppose this is one of them. I want to talk about that voice. I can hear the fucking lisp I have. I can hear my lisping. 11? Oh, the girl in the red dress. She appeared to tell me I'm dead. Did she not appear before you too? I guess it was her voice who announced the short shot of the game. I held my hand out for the note, which Youngsu handed to me. The calligraphy on the red paper was stunning, taking me out of this dreary forest for a moment. Dreary forest for a moment. Each delicate curve and stroke perfectly sized, indicating masterful control of the brush. I felt my lips curl upwards involuntarily. A softness filled my chest. There was a saying that beautiful people had beautiful handwriting. It was unfair. Oh, her. Yeah, she appeared in front of me too. She never gave me her name, so I've just been calling her 11 in my head. I see. I don't know her name either. It'll be easier to call her 11. I briefly wondered what her real name was. As I repacked the backpack, I decided to ask the next time I saw her. Youngsu? She looked up from her phone and guiltily placed it in sleep mode. Have you tried calling for help? She chewed on her lip and shook her head before turning the phone on again to call. There's no signal. What had she been using the phone for this whole time? A flashlight? That's too bad. Hey, maybe you should turn that off? I can barely see our surroundings with that blue light. Really? Is it that bad? Huh? I'm sorry. Besides, what if it runs out of battery at a time we need it? Oh, that's not a problem. Oh! My mouth dropped open, but words could not adequately describe my shock as I watched her fish through her pockets and pull out a hand-crank charger. You know, it might not be very effective at generating power, but it's better than nothing. See? Now I can use my phone as much as I want. Charging your phone like that would still take time. Let's leave it on sleep mode for now until we find somewhere safe and with reception. Oh, okay. She agreed and put her phone away, without a fight. Backpack on my shoulders, metal pipe in my hand, and Youngsu following closely behind, we resumed our journey to the bottom of the mountain. We walked, and walked, and walked, for a long time. I couldn't tell how long we'd been walking. Was this even downhill? What if the monster appeared beyond the next bush? Every rustle of foliage, every breeze of mountain air, every single little sound kept the two of us on edge. Especially when the ground went up and down, and shadows moved with the moon. It spread my anxiety. I kept my face stoic. If I broke down now, I would never make it through the game again alive. Not just me, but her too. Eventually, 11's voice came again from the sky. It is now the hour of the ox. You have 4 more hours to make it to the base of the mountain. 4 more hours meant that we had little less than half the time left. I didn't know why the judge felt so kind as to let us know at the time, but something else she said bothered me. Hour of the Ox? Whoa! It means the hour between 1 and 3 in the morning. Oh! Learn something new every day. Mm-hmm. Jeeves was proud of that. Continued to walk, following the slight downward slope. The slope downwards. Some mountains could take days to climb. Same probably held true for descending such mountains. I could only hope this wasn't one of them. Although my legs grew tired, I trekked downwards with Yangzi. I could feel my pace slowing, but the distance between us seemed to be growing each moment. Thus I slowed to a stop and turned to look at her. I could not keep ignoring the panting behind me. Yangzi really wasn't made for the outdoors. Yangzi? Let's take a break. As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt the weight upon my shoulders rush through my whole body, and aching from my feet intensified. I keep going. I shook my head. No, I'm tired as well. This backpack is killing me. But that's not why I dropped the backpack at the ground and took a seat in a grassy patch by some foliage. I rubbed my shoulders, stretching a bit, and began to rummage through the backpack for the food and water found inside before. I'm gonna go be right back to a bio break. We can look at this lovely lady who's askew. This lovely lady is askew while I go do that. Be right back. Yay! What great news to find out about Tanma that we've done. What a great way to walk back into to see the message of we're running off on Tanma. It also says they have a good stream now. Anyways, I returned. I returned from my excursion, I guess you could say. That's a blowhole blast. Tasty. And back to gaming. I did not do that type of bio break. So no. I did not. I did not. That was not my excursion. I did not have a good stream. They're different. Readjusting headphones are good. Oh god. I'm always worried about breaking my headphones when I wear them. Because I don't wear them normally. I only wear one ear at a time. Because I need to hear my surroundings. The only time I put both ears on are when I'm playing VR chat or like playing Valorant. Where surround sound is important. Anyways, I always worry about breaking my headphones because I don't wear them. I don't wear them right, and I'm swimming with their snap. Anyways, unimportant, unrelated to anything actually game related. Some fresh mitts would go a long way right now. It was an awful night for a midnight picnic, but I handed her a bottle of water anyways. Rummaging through the snacks, including the Lucky Box, picked out some potato chips and pretzels for Yangzi. Yangzi? I love pretzels. I love pretzels. I love eating pretzel chips. I never had like a big pretzel before, but I love like mini pretzels. They're nice and tasty. I like the salt. I like picking off the salt first, eating the salt, then eating the pretzel. I like salt. I love sodium chloride. Yum yum salt. I mean, I literally put extra salt on my fried rice usually, because I love salt, and my fries. I love salt. Not when I get it from like McDonald's. Like when I get it from when I make fries at work for myself to eat, I like salt. I like extra salt. She picked. Oh god! She up immediately and took the bag, enthusiastically tearing it open and munching happily on the snacks. I have no snacks. I smiled. She always looks the cutest eating her favorite salty foods. Oh, which was the hair moves. It's really animated. Oh, that's cute. Cool. Then I bit back with a smile and forced a frown. I needed to stop thinking like this. We ate mostly in silence. Perhaps it was due to the fact that there were monsters hunting us down, or perhaps it was due to this being the first meal we shared since breaking up. It didn't matter. I wasn't able to think of anything I was willing to say anyway. After eating, Yangzi sat cross-legged by me and took out her phone and hand crank. I suppose we were safer now than before, since I didn't hear any monsters nearby. Taking a quick glance around, I couldn't see anything in our proximity. I couldn't scold her for this. She turned the crank in her hands, brows drawn and completely focused on the task. The speed she was going at wouldn't generate nearly enough energy to charge a temporary lamp, or for 2 minutes. Not alone a phone. This seems important, but we should be fine. I hope that battery could go a long way. Yeah, I'll help her. Here, give it to me. Yangzu's theme? Youngsu hesitated, but passed the connect to me. I started turning the handle at twice the speed she was. So it would take time to charge the phone. Barely a percent increase in battery showed after cranking it for 5 minutes. So, why'd you bother with this? She looked up for her phone. Going to these lengths to keep a phone alive. You don't even have reception. A small smile glazed her lips, reminding me of the time we were together. Yet it was sadder than I remembered it to be. Was she doing well? If she wasn't, then there's a lot of important things on this phone, so I don't want it to die. I raised an eyebrow at her answer, unable to formulate words as the sounds of the hand crank filled the silence between us. She still had that small, sad but contented smile on her face, but it was directed at her phone. I see. I didn't understand at all. What could be so good about a hunk of plastic and silicone? Silicon. Not silicone, silicon. We sat in awkward silence. The sound of the rotating handle, the only thing that filled the air and made it bearable. Otherwise, I might have run my mouth on an unfortunate topic like the weather. It's probably for the better that I had nothing to say. You're so strong, Haidu. Youngsu pressed her lips into a line and looked away. Nothing. I just thought you're really brave being in this situation and all. Me too. I almost said, but put the words back at the last minute. It wouldn't do to spoil her again now that she was finally being a bit independent. After 10 minutes of cranking passed in silence. I think the phone should be charged enough now. I stopped turning the hand crank, and handed both items back to her. Youngsu putting them away wordlessly. It was time to get moving. We walked in silence again. There wasn't much to talk about. Most of our energy was spent keeping our ears and eyes out for monsters. After what felt like hours of being on the edge, our fragile peace was destroyed. Perhaps we grew complacent. Perhaps the trees and bushes blocked the way. The moonlight hitting our eyes too harshly. Something is eating. I didn't know if I saw them first or heard them first. Oh hi! A pair of monsters knelt in a clearing. Knelt in cleaning. In a clearing. Teeth ripping into the remains of someone's leg. While bone gleamed in the moonlight. Sinew still fresh and red. I barely. What is it? What is that word? Sinew? Sinew. A piece of tough, fibrous tissue. Uniting muscle to bone, or bone to bone, a tendon or ligament. Oh! Yum yum. I barely had the chance to exhale when their ears twitched, and 4 red dots pointed our direction. Run! I shoved Youngsu behind me. As the first monster swiped at me, I barely parried it with the metal pipe. Hi, get out of here! Look for help and find a weapon. Another arm reached out to me, and I smashed the pipe against it. The sound of nails on metal making me cringe. But Hailu, The monster interrupted her with a howl and held the metal pipe in front of me, just in time to block a maw of pointy rotten teeth from biting my face off. Youngzi, listen to me! You're just a liability! Hurry up and get out of here! I heard the crunch of leaves as she ran away. I looked back at the two monsters. I swallowed nervously. I put up a brave face in front of Youngzi, but all I wanted to do was run with her. But if I ran, it would come after both of us. It would be the end for both of us. The monster let out a growl, and the skin around their mouths. No, those weren't lips. Stretched into what felt like a smile. The next sounds were barely repeated growls. Are they laughing? Their overconfidence annoyed me. Ha! I raised the pipe and dashed towards the closest monster. The monster's eyes widened in surprise as they bashed its head with the pipe. It dropped to the ground, momentarily stunned, as the other monster leapt towards me. I swiped the pipe again, hitting its shoulder, and thankfully was able to redirect its path enough to miss landing on me. The other monster was back, however, and I barely rolled out of its way as it sank its claws into the ground where I was standing. I pushed myself up to a crouching position, just in time for one of the monsters to leap at me again. No time to run. I raised the pipe in an attempt to shield myself, but the monster screamed as the pipe snagged on its skin, slicing as I made the swing through its torso. It wasn't enough to kill it, but the monster dropped to the ground beside me, clutching itself and writhing in pain. The pipe, thanks to the momentum, bent at a near 90-degree angle. The other monster looked at its companion, then back at me. I'll kill you too! Even if they understood my words, that was hardly a threat. It was certainly not scared. The second monster leapt at me, and I held the pipe out to block. Youngsi, I don't know what this is really about. It was okay. Youngsi would come back. He might have been flaky and often useless, but she wasn't one to leave others behind. Especially not against monsters and death. I just had to hold off until Youngsi came back. I changed my stance with the pipe at the last minute. Just for the monster to reach out its claws, I swung the pipe back, hitting it right across the jaw, sending it flying along with half the pipe. It was too short to be a weapon now. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! I was a good distance away, and the monster was still dazed from the hit I gave its head, but it wouldn't be long before it recovered. Should I try to run? How far would I be able to get? Could I actually outrun? A blur appeared before my eyes and cut my panicked thought short. Die! Carrying a large rock, she bashed it over the monster's head. Young's skinny arm was unexpectedly able to carry its weight as it hit it over and over again. The skull was crushed. Combined with the blow I gave it earlier, the monster finally lost its strength to fight back and stopped moving at the ground by Young's feet. Youngsi, I don't know. Youngsi gasped as she dropped the rocks, staring at the life form. Let this monster with tears in her. I keep burping. Sorry about that. Like this, staring at the monster with tears in her eyes, she stumbled backwards, lost, her arms shaking. The rock must have been heavy. Yet she looked towards me, safe and alive. She gave me an expression of relief that must have been matched by whatever expression was on my face right now. the monsters were defeated. And we were alive. And we were alright. However, I didn't know how many monsters there were on this mountain. If any of them heard the sound of the fight, then they might come this way. Neither Yangzhe nor I were prepared to fight another set of monsters. The only thing we could do right now was run. Run to the finish line and get out of this madhouse. I pulled myself up and grabbed her arm, taking her with me, away from the clearing. Don't get stunned now. We have to get out of here before more monsters come. Right. We ran. I hoped that we were at least running in the right direction to the finish line. After several minutes of running, we stopped to catch our breath. There was no sounds of monsters nearby, so I dropped to the ground. All adrenaline finally leaving me. Not a moment later, Eleven's voice boomed from the sky. There's 1 hour remaining. 1 hour. We need to hurry. No matter how tired we felt, we had to press forward. Young's nodded in agreement, and we continued to trek downwards. Since there was barely an hour left, we decided to run. A few minutes later, the ground stopped sloping downwards. I think we're close! My excitement was cut short by the sudden drop from a cliff a few meters in front of us. It's not that bad. We can make it down. It was true. I could make it out. I could make out the ground beneath the cliff. Still, it wouldn't be an easy journey in the darkness. Hello? Is someone up there? The sound of several voices caught our attention as we noticed groups of people gathering beneath the cliff. Hurry! You made it! This is the final finish line! You have to get down onto the cliff! My head thumped with joy. Did you hear that? Yes! Hi, Lily! We did it! Let's hurry! Well, let's not celebrate yet. Do you still have your phone? Of course! Youngsu took the phone from her pocket and turned it on, the bright blue glow illuminating a multitude of footholds in the cliff face. It doesn't look bad at all. Even Yangzi nodded optimistically. We made it on the cliff fairly quickly, with just the glow of Yangzi's phone screen. Congratulations! You did it. You did it. There were a sizable group of survivors past the finish line, but I wasn't told the initial number of participants. Email? We were. I can only hope the most of us made it out safely. And then Youngju was interrupted by the toll of a bell and Eleven's voice reverberating from the heavens once more. The first trial is now over. Congratulations to the players who have made it to the finish line. Before we could celebrate, a blinding white light enveloped us. I covered my face with my arms reflexively and squeezed my eyes shut. And when I opened them, I found myself in the comfort of my own living room, the one I used to share with Yangzu. Although this apartment was a familiar place, it felt painfully empty now. Yangzu? Was she alright? We both made it out over the finish line, but... No, wait, I took a deep breath, recategorizing the events in my head as I grounded myself. I was in my apartment. I'd been sleeping, so... that was a dream? It was unsettling how realistic that dream was. With a sigh, I heaved myself up to a sitting position the couch and attempted to recall the events in my supposed dream. The images that flashed through my mind gave a shiver up my spine. The sounds, the darkness, the exhaustion of hiking for 9 hours. Not to mention the inhuman claws, the snapping rows of sharp teeth. Just a dream. Just a dream. It was just a dream. I tried to tell myself those words, but it felt rather realistic for a nightmare. As I fought away the smell of the monster's breath on me in the depths of my memory, I remembered something softer as well. Ooh. 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 Women. I didn't think my brain was capable of dreaming up someone as beautiful as 11. Perhaps I took too much note of Youngzu's soap operas. She looked like she walked right out of one of them. Judge of the 11th court. For someone who presided over games, she didn't seem to enjoy much of it. My nightmares never made sense. They just existed to scare people. I couldn't help but wonder. I can't help but wonder. For someone as beautiful as 11 to exist in a nightmare. Was it really a nightmare? Perhaps she was the silver lining of the cloud. Silver. I hummed to myself as I thought about 11. Silver didn't suit her. She was certainly a bright and vibrant red fighting against a black cloud. Then again, I knew nothing about her. I chuckled softly to myself and buried my face in my hands. It must be really desperate for me to dream about my ex. I broke up with her. I had no right to dream about her like this. Nightmare, I corrected myself, like it was any consolation. She wasn't a bad guy in my dream, nor was she the bad guy of my life. Things simply didn't work out. However, the Youngzu that appeared in my dream was different. It wasn't the Youngzu I remembered breaking up with. Although she was still the soft and gentle girl, I felt as if something had changed since the last time I saw her, despite not much time passing at all. I felt a mild pang of pain in my head as I tried to think about time. Yet thinking about her, I couldn't help but smile. A slightly sour smile that I would dream of her, albeit different in the end. Her presence made me happy. Maybe this nightmare couldn't be fully called a nightmare. I lifted my head up for the sigh. It was hard to uncoat sugar once it had been applied. I wouldn't be surprised if I was the bad guy of her nightmares. It was also hard to undo cruelty once it had been done to another person. I shook my head, trying to think of something else. If it was any consolation for me, at least I had Youngzu with me in that dream, and that beautiful game master, 11. Yet my nerves wouldn't relax. Monsters lingered in the shadows. I seemed to see them in every dark corner, even behind my closed eyelids as I blinked. Enough. I couldn't keep thinking about this. I told myself to stop. My brain kept replaying the horrifying images each time I closed my eyes. I had a breath of fresh air. I need a breath of fresh air. I stood and stared to the door, opening it with gusto into the void. My apartment living room had no windows. Outside the front door should face out to the connecting hallways of the building, which also had no windows. At least, that was how it should have been, normally. Instead, what reached me was black. Thick darkness covered every part of the world outside my apartment door and began to churn as if it noticed it. As my brain scrambled to make sense of this, to debate my next actions, a cold hand delicately covered mine and pulled the door closed. I turned over to look at over my shoulder, only to find 11 standing directly behind me, their face inches apart, our faces inches apart, as we stared into each other's eyes. My brain fried itself as my face heated up. My heart skipped a beat. She wasn't a dream. I didn't think anyone would open their door so quickly. What's going on? I told you. You died. It really wasn't a dream. All the feelings I had been thinking about Youngsu and 11 washed over me again, paired with a nauseating sense of dread. I was dead. They were monsters. This is just a liminal space. We're recess between games. So it's fake? Perhaps. Elvin glanced around, as if curious about the layout of my apartment. Why don't you leave me around? All right. Despite her asking me the question, she showed a muted surprise at my response. Perhaps that hadn't been a serious request. Would you like some tea? Or do you have some other contestants to visit? Most contestants don't feel the need to leave their places of comfort after a harrowing experience. I'm pretty unique then. I spotted the start of a smile on her lips, as if my joke brought actual amusement. Yet it disappeared so quickly. Might as well have been my own hopeful imagination. I led her out of the living room, towards the kitchen. The kitchen was in the back of the apartment, past the bedrooms and the bathroom. The thought of bedrooms made me pause. Without thinking, I came to a stop at the first bedroom in the hallway. Rather than waiting for 11, who hadn't even stepped out of the living room yet, I was simply unable to move on. This is Mimi's Youngsu's room when we were still dating, and I had a feeling that she was sitting within that room right now. The implications of the game came rushing back to me. The things and conversations I had ignored for the sake of time. Youngsu was also dead. How could that happen? She was alive and well when I last saw her. I didn't want to just believe it. We might not have worked well together, but I didn't want her to be dead. We were in love, you know. We were dating. How could she be dead? She doesn't deserve it. You're not dating anymore. Why do you care so much? I couldn't find an answer. I knew the answer, but I didn't want to face it. Thus, I changed the topic again. Why are we both here? So we died. How did we end up in the same game? Luck. Circumstances. Chance. We both died sinners. I wondered what my sin was. I didn't live as a perfect human being, but what had I done that was so terrible that I'd be called a sinner in the afterlife? You would have known if you compared the 8 characters. The 8 characters were nothing more than feudal superstitions, cosmical astrology, centered around the concept that human fate could be determined by the date of one's birth. Fate is set in stone. Humans used to be so careful about it, to plan for the future. Yet they don't do it anymore. To even search for your own partners rather than consulting it carefully for everyone else, for everyone that is involved. It's not just selfish. It's stupid. As for how much you believe in fate, you sure try to fight it. Is that so? Did I touch a nerve? Perhaps I shouldn't keep bothering her. What should I do? I'm gonna stay with 11, because why not? Well, even if I was bothering her, I had promised her tea. It was hardly the polite thing to abandon that offer now. Letting the topic drop, I walked to the kitchen and prepared the tea. I waited wordlessly in the living room as I did so. Within a few minutes, I returned to the living room with 2 cups of tea in tow, which I placed on the coffee table. Eleven was already sitting on one end of the couch. Posture check, thank you. And hydrate, thank you, Olivia. She wasn't a normal guest, not quite a friend, but perhaps not an enemy either. I had a chance of regaining my life thanks to her. She didn't feel like an enemy. I don't drink a lot of tea. I was told it was a fancy brand. Some big shot CEO gifted it to me on a business trip. The CEO did? Jealous? Fair. It was given to everyone who attended the meeting. She didn't single me out, I promise. I wasn't worried. I chuckled at her immediate response as I sat next to her. Can you tell me why I'm a sinner? I'm almost think you're not. I don't think I've done anything particularly worse than the average human. There was the occasional white lies, the flubbing of my time card, overly boisterous descriptions of my job on a date, but they were hardly sins. If those were sins, the entire human race could be spared. I don't have a file on everyone that the king invites to the game of the 11th court. The king of the 11th court? 11 had mentioned the king before, but spared his details each time. I don't wish to talk about the king. Well, that was blunt. Alright. I suppose no one would talk about their boss during their time off. I picked up the teacup and took a sip. This is pretty good. To think I'm the one who still gets to enjoy good tea. You're the one? How old do you think I am? Not a day over 18. Even if it was sarcastic, I liked the sound of her laugh. It was delicate, but strong, with purpose and individuality, despite what fate might have brought for her. That would follow, considering that I hadn't aged. That would follow, considering I haven't visibly aged much since. And it's by her look. I have outlived so many old bastards who would never get to taste tea like this again. You sure are fond of that tea. Well-grown tea leaves are well-grown tea leaves. That doesn't change with the centuries. I reached over for the tin of leaves. Would you like it? No, thank you. You can't bribe a judge of 11th court. What? I cannot breaking into laughter. Other raised an unamused brow at me. No, I wouldn't bribe you. At least not with tea leaves. Got her free from a flirty CEO. She's blushing! She's blushing! So she was flirting. If I wanted to bribe you, trust me, you wouldn't see it coming. No, I just want you to have this. If you like it, I mean. Keeping it in the tin will make the tea lose all its flavor since I don't drink tea or make boba. Make boba. Boba. Her face twisted in distaste. What use would tea have for women's... No! You don't know what bubble tea is? Boba? For what use do tea leaves have for women's breasts? What? Bubble tea? Her expression was still dark for a moment. I was afraid she'd storm right out of my apartment with the wrong idea. Given how she dressed, it wasn't a surprise that she hadn't caught up with modern terminology. It's a popular drink nowadays. Tea with milk, sugar, and tapioca balls. We call the tapioca balls boba. She still looked skeptical. I'll take you out for some. Or after win the games. Then you'll see that I'm not lying. Alright. It's a date then. Here. I had the tin of leaves out towards her. I promised to do so. She stared at the tin so long I was afraid she wouldn't take it. And finally, she took it into her hand. Thank you. She placed the tin within her sleeves. I never did understand the physics behind those pockets. You're right. Hey. The sternness in her voice brought me back to the gravity of my situation. One where jokes about tea and boba didn't belong. There'll be 2 more trials to the game of life. Have your wits about you and be prepared. I would hate to see you lose. Is that something you say to every contestant, or just me? She didn't respond, only disappeared once I blinked. The sound of a bell rang through the apartment in the next moment. I found myself in an endless black void again, accompanied only by the image of a wooden door, a few feet away from me. Why prolong the inevitable? I opened the door and walked through. Same light as before covered my entire body, prompting me to close my eyes till I reached the second test. The ground underneath my feet seemed to change. I opened my eyes to the sight of a large western mansion. The low, confusing chatter of human voices surrounded me. Glancing about, I found that I was within a small crowd of people. I recognized the survivors from the previous round. Strangers aside from our shared misfortune. Yan Si stood a few paces away. Her eyes met mine and we exchanged looks. I walked closer to her. The air stilled. The chatter suddenly stopped. With light footsteps that could barely be heard in the new-found silence, Elvin walked up and stood before the small crowd. Welcome to the second round of your trial. I will explain the rules of this game. At that moment, a fellow survivor rushed at 11. Hold your rules! They raised their fist with the intention to beat 11. Yet 11 did not move or scream. Licking her wrist, she slipped a scalpel out from her sleeve and simply threw the blade at the enraged survivor. The scalpel embedded itself in their forehead. A trickle of blood rolled down from the wound. Then they collapsed to the ground. Their body fell apart, limbs looking as if they had been hacked apart with a saw, and began to bloat and discoloring, dark and putrid. Like a murder victim, dismembered and disposed of in a river. Wait a second. Is it real quick? Moments. Sorry about that. I looked away. If I must, I will remind you that I am the judge of your trial. Follow the etiquettes of the court, lest you be thrown out from the game of life. Elvin gestured to the air. A group of maids, whose features I could not see, walked up to us. They squatted down by the corpse and began picking it up, tearing apart any remaining large pieces to better carry. Without speaking, all but one maid returned to the mansion, taking all the pieces of the dead body with them. Now then, the rules. You will be guests of this mansion for the next 3 days and 2 nights, where you will be participating in the second round of your trials. Within the period of test, you must find the trial key hidden within the matching grounds. There will be a feast for the King of the 11th Court in the evening of the 3rd night, which marks the deadline for this game. Her voice seemed to twist as she mentioned the king. If any one of you is able to find the key, then all remaining guests will be considered to have won this round. Similarly, if no one of you is able to find the key, then everyone will be considered to have lost and be severed, served as a meal at the feast. Collective punishment. collective victory. Oh, and you will know that you have found the key when you see it. Good luck. I've made a little clap of encouragement. The servant will escort you inside. Gesturing to the remaining maid, Eleven turned and walked into the mansion. The maid bowed. Welcome. Welcome, guests. Please follow me. Her voice had an unnatural rasp that made my gut churn. The maid led the group inside the mansion, holding out the doors to the dining room where we would have meals before leading us to the hallway. Many doors. She walked us down the hallway, pointing each person to one door, stating that those were their assigned rooms. My room and Young Z's room were 4 doors away from each other. Curfew is after dark. Please stay in your room after curfew. That will be all. The maid bowed and walked away. Our survivor group idled at the hallway, waiting for someone to make their first move. Finally, a woman. A woman. What? Spoke up. Well, let's have everyone search their rooms, and then meet up out here in the hallway again and make a plan. You really think they'd put the key in the bedroom? Better safe than sorry. A few murmurs, complaints, agreements sounded out. Sure. That sounds fine with me. Zanya nodded. Thus, after the group came to a consensus, I went into my assigned room to check for the key. Fitting with the look of the mansion, the room was a Western-style room. I sifted through the furniture and looked under the bed, mattress, pillows, and so on. However, I found no key. Before long, I returned to the hallway where around half of the group had already regrouped. A minute later, Young Si came out of her room and shoved to my side. The rest of the group returned to with time. Anyways, you said something about a plan? Got anything, lady? That's what we're here to discuss. That's what we're here to discuss. That's what we're here to discuss. I'm trying to find a voice for this young woman. With less cohesion than soapy water, the group started grumbling and debating on what to do. Noisy. They really were noisy. Young Si fidgeted, eyes darting to the floor to avoid the attention of any of the other survivors. She seemed a little pale. I cleared my throat, prompting a few survivors to look at my way. Taking advantage of the short dip in noise, I raised my voice. I believe it's best if we all split up and investigate separately to cover more ground. We can regroup over meals in dinner. We can regroup over meals in the dining room to discuss our findings. That would work with me. Some more noise. Whatever. See when those creepy maids call out for mealtime or when. At long last, the group dispersed, walking off in different directions to search for the key. I let out a sigh I didn't know I had been holding in. That's when a bang sat on my face and turned to Young Si, who hadn't left with the survivors. Let's go. We walked together out of the hallway with the guest rooms. Making a turn, we looked around for any hints of the special key that Eleven mentioned. While the key wasn't as kind as to be sitting on the ground in the middle of the hallway, we soon happened upon a large plaque on the wall. Plastic script, curved into bronze. I narrowed my eyes to decipher the riddle. Reading the text aloud. Yanzu snapped a picture on the plaque with her phone that she had brought out to document the mansion. No! The marshal of the central altar sleeps the hour of the dragon and snake. Together with the sacrifices key, cursing the father, blessed by the gods. Even spoke aloud. It seemed like gibberish. Looks like a hint for wherever the key is located. It's not the where the key is located, but what does it mean? Dragons and snake curse. It's kind of ominous. I don't know. Maybe it's referring to a place in the mansion that we haven't been to yet? I nodded. Then again, it could be a red herring. If it isn't, then we would be the sacrifices. Sacrifices to be eaten, huh? It's kind of unpleasant that whoever wrote this decided already that we're going to lose. It makes me want to prove them wrong even more. You take a picture, right? Mm-hmm. You can think about this riddle more and review the text from your phone later on. We'd really just started investigating this mansion. What could be our best bet? Besides the mansion and the low survivor count in the first round, 3 days wouldn't be enough to dig through every nook and cranny. I think we should investigate with Yangtze. Still, 2 pairs of eyes would be better than one. Should we keep investigating together? I held out my hand to Yangtze, but she hesitated. Yes, I'd be happy to. She shook my hand. We continued exploring the mansion, checking the corners of hallways, entering the rooms here and there. For each new location, Yangtze took a number of photos. Said it would be easier to zoom into details and review locations with her phone. Zigzagging around the hallways, we eventually exited the mansion through a side door in the southeast section. We reached an outdoor garden. By the garden, there was a pretty pond with lotus flowers floating on the water's surface. The garden, too, was filled with greenery and blossoms. For all that the mansion was disconcerting, I could only call this garden pretty. So, there's a place like this here. We walked around the garden for an initial look, peeking at the plants and soil. I spotted a bed of orchids and approached it, squishing in front of a section of white orchids. Turning my head to Yangtze, who seemed confused. I couldn't help but smile. This flower suits you. Beside the white orchid were a section of pink ones as well. I think they suit you more. Yangtze walked up to the flatbed and leaned down to pick a single orchid blossom. She made a gesture offering it to me, so I turned my head instinctively. Thus she tucked it above my ear, which tickled my girlish heart. Perhaps I made a strange expression. Orchids are perennials, so long as they as long as they're correctly planted. You only have to plant them once, and they'll come back every year for 2 decades. One blossom won't kill it. Although, if we are dead, well, certainly, they should already be dead. Too bad. They really are pretty. I stood back up, and the 2 of us finished surveying the garden's gentle appearance. No hints that the key could be found from the light otherwise. A light breeze blew by. The weather was fine today. Let's split the garden and search through the flower beds. I looked towards Jiangzi, wondering if I should have specified how we were splitting this task, but it seemed that I didn't need to. I'll do the right side? Sure. We split, heading to our respective sides. I squatted down by the flower beds and parted them, checking through the dirt and the crevices hidden by their leaves and petals. A good while passed, and I lifted my hand to wipe some sweat that was cooled by the breeze. I noticed something. Before I realized it, the little flower in my hair had already been blown away. Although disappointed, I returned to my task. Through the length of the tedious labor, I found nothing. I wonder if I had to uproot the flowers. But not only did it seem extreme, I didn't have the tools for digging. Finished, I stood back up. Make a posture check. My knees made a little cracking noise.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
What? Keep it hydrate. I finished. I stood back up. My knees made a little cracking noise for my back, then felt sorer than it should have. Stretch, possum, and head pat. Oh, I'm out of hydrate. Oh dear. Maybe I'll grab more hydrate. I'll be right back then. Some more gay. Grab hydrates now. I'm at. Sorry about that. Sorry, I need to. Real quick. Where is it? Jeez, I'm blind. There it is. Sure. Okay, we're good. Fish department usually I heard you're Jiangsu. I heard you're in Jiangsu, who had also finished. Any luck? No. Shook her head and let out a sigh. What does this key even look like? You'll know when you see it. Unfortunately, it seems like we haven't seen it yet. Maybe the key is a lie. I'm happy at the very least that we were kind enough. I'm happy at least they were kind enough to give us a couple of days before executing us. Are you giving up? Youngsu looked at me. No, not this time. How could I give up just yet when I've been so lucky as to meet you again after death? Then let's pass all 3 rounds. Yeah. Let's go back inside. Just one more thing. Ah. She retrieved her phone from her pocket and quickly went about the garden to snap photos from every angle. Youngsu looked lonely holding that phone so carefully. I wonder how long she had that phone case. That kitty phone strap. I couldn't quite remember when she had bought it. But perhaps it was as far back as college. She finished up the photos in one time. Then we returned inside the mansion. For whatever reason, our timing coincided with that of many maidservants milling about the hallways, connected to the side door, in the southeastern quadrant. Youngsu and I moved to the side of the hallway to avoid them while walking, falling into a single file line of 2. I felt Youngsu tug at the edge of my jacket. I turned around to face her. Can we share a room tonight? I don't feel safe sleeping here alone. I shot a quick glance at the maids, feeling the hairs on my arms begin to stand. Of course. Let's go to our rooms together after curfew. Before curfew. After curfew, my ass. For a moment, I thought about the past. A room we shared, and a room we didn't. Once upon a time, she was a girl who I loved. A girl who loved me. Right now, we were no more than friends by my own will. I held her hand and hurried away from the servants. It would be nice to find the key soon. Investigation continued for a while longer. To no avail, before everyone was called for dinner by the voice of a maid from an invisible intercom. I sat next to Yangzi at the big dining table. Looking around the table, I noticed an empty seat. The young man from before never showed up for dinner. No one had succeeded in finding the key yet. The servants served dinner. A few words were exchanged between us survivors. After eating, we all headed back to our rooms to rest for the evening. I walked into my assigned room, turning on the light before Yangzi followed me in. She glanced around the room and let out a hum of contemplation. The layout of my assigned room looks the exact same. So, all of the guest rooms look the same? Maybe. After freshening up in the attached washroom, the two of us sat on the only bed in the room. And there was only one bed. And there was only one bed. Oh. Well, my teeth are in my mouth. Well, that's weird. I flopped down onto my back and joined the sofa bounce of the mattress. I put my arms behind my head and let my legs dangle off the edge of the bed. What the fuck? How are you angled? How are you angled? Are you just like the side? Are you across the bed? I guess so. That makes sense. That you're just L-shaped right now. Like a fucking weirdo. That also the bed's like too small for you, but that's the thing. Quick save, load, history. Text box. Ooh. Text box opacity. Towards her from the odd low angle as she retrieved her phone hand crank and had to charge her phone. She really was slow. I like that. The opacity box is cool. I like that. I sat up, thinking that I'd do it for her instead, since I could crank it at least 2 times faster. Then I froze. Was it really better for me to do it? It was also because I always did this that we fell apart. Back when we were still dating, I'd always been trying to take over what Jansu had been doing, whether out of impatience or arrogance. She didn't blame me, but I had to blame her for letting me. I'm happy. Her soft voice broke me out of my thoughts. Why? I'm happy that despite our breakup, we can still sit around like this and spend time together. We were originally friends before we dated. We dated. That we were. But have I known you for almost half my life now? Ugh. It makes me feel old when you say it like that. I still remember being a student like it was yesterday. Although I don't particularly want to go back and relive those days. Think about something? Nothing in particular. Although there was that time we studied all day, every day for weeks on end, just despite our class's top-ranking students. My dark history. The gallant class topper, Jiang Hailu. My the gallant class topper, Jiang Hailu. Just change his voice while saying their name, and no other time. Jiang Hailu. For the term, that is. Says number 2. Grandma was proud, but also worried, so she made me promise not to overdo it in the future. I personally found it a little charming. Do you secretly like nerdy people? You thought about that, but that you were working hard for your own goal. That and the usual first place student really was just an insecure jerk. I don't even remember what she said to me at the time, but I do remember you snapping at her. Next thing I knew, you'd thrown yourself at studying. Is that so? I vaguely remember that. I hated the guts of our class's first place student. Oh, nostalgia ran over me as we chatted about our high school days. We were already quite close during our high school. Both decent students. We ended up attending the same college as well. One with a high ranking biology program located near our hometown. Fixing my hair. Give me a second. It's in my face. I say as I don't do anything about it, I just push it aside. It's still better than nothing. It really did seem like we'd known each other for a long time. Do you remember our military training at the start of college? Our what now? Like every Chinese first-year undergraduate, we participated in mandatory 2-week-long military drills at the start of our college life after a relaxing end of high school. What the fuck? Huh? Wow, you learn things every day, apparently. Never knew. Don't remind me of that. Her cheek cracked slowly. Her hand cranked slower. There was too much sun. We decided that all college students had to exercise under the summer sun should be purged. Well, I think not wearing sunscreen also contributed to the sunburn. Ugh, sunscreen. Like I said back then, I'm never setting foot in the sun again if I don't have to. As a working adult, you don't have to go out in the sun like that anymore. But don't you still need a little light to be healthy? My vitamin supplements are covering it. Don't laugh. You also bought me a bottle of gummy vitamins and a sun umbrella, so you're contributing to it. Sorry. I think I actually have a picture from around then. Youngsu stopped cranking and instead turned the phone screen on, opening up her gallery, and scrolling through a myriad of pictures. I peeked over her shoulder to see many nostalgic moments recorded in her gallery. Hi, Summer! My vitamins. Hi, Summer Celine. How are you? Welcome. Finally, she stopped at a picture and clicked on it. The picture expanded, showing a photo of her looking rather crispy, and me slathering globs of white sunscreen on her face. Lol. This was probably around 3/4 of the way through military training when she finally agreed to use sunscreen. Doing swell. Glad to hear doing swell. Actually, you can see me just kicking my leg back and forth. You can see me shaking because I'm just like fidgeting my leg. I'm just like kicking it left and right real quick on my knee. You just see me just. Anyways, I'm gonna stop doing that. I should stop doing that, I guess. I should stop being fidgety with my legs or whatnot. I don't know. Who took this photo? Bye, Moody. She sent it to me. Bye, Moody. Sent it to me as part of her commemorative album. That was the name of a college classmate. What a nostalgic name. I haven't talked to Bayamudi in a while. Next thing we know, we're gonna be meeting up with her for an alumni anniversary event. And she'll be dragging along a child with her girlfriend. Where does that come from? Someone who is aging. Youngsu resumed charging her phone with the hand crank. Let me charge it a little longer. The night deepened. I let her yawn and stretch my arms. She finished with her phone charger and put it away into her pocket, shaking her wrist. Then, catching my yawn, she yawned as well. Let's go to bed now. Yanji groggily nodded. Nodded or yawned? What's wrong? Is it just yawning? I slipped off of the bed to turn off the light. Good night. Good night. We tucked into bed. There was only one bed. Taking one half each, one bed. I couldn't help but notice that both of us kept space between each other in one bed. I closed my eyes, feeling the day's exhaustion run over my body and... Someone was at the door. Intending to get out of bed and answer, I shifted. Don't. Don't open the door. Sure? A chill ran down my spine. Propped myself up on my side with my elbow. I gazed towards the door that was still closed and locked from the inside. Whoever's knocking at the door had no intention of opening the door. However, the knocking continued for much longer than any sane human would knock for. The party beyond the door never said a word. Knock. Finally, the knocking stopped. I breathed in a sharp breath of air, glancing back at Yanzi, who was also now looking at the door. I heard the muffled sound of the survivor next door opening their door. And the woman screamed. And stopped screaming. The squelch, which I shouldn't have been able to hear through the wall. Yanzi grabbed onto my shirt, making me flinch, and buried her face into my back. Yanzi was trembling. From the other's room came more sounds. Crunching, cracking, splattering, which made my stomach turn with nausea, and my vision began to undulate in the darkness. I breathed in and out, focusing on... It's okay. It's not in our room. It's okay. We're safe. My words were both for her and for myself. South? South? The fuck am I saying? South. 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 Eventually, the sounds from the other room stopped. We waited in trepidation. The thing at the door was probably... Footsteps passed, and no more sounds. No more knocking came. I watched the door for a while longer, letting Yangsu hold on to me, until we concluded that we were safe for now. At long last, I closed my eyes and slept. Daylight came in an instant. The morning was but searching for the key without results. Noon came and passed. Yonzu and I scouted out the mansion and the places we had yet to touch. As I ran my hand along a wall, hoping to find the key under the wallpaper, something shifted beneath my feet and palm. The ground rotated, opening up the wall and throwing me to the side, before promptly sealing the wall shut again. The momentum of the trap door flew me off balance, and I fell on the ground. Heidi! I pushed myself back to my feet, patting off my hands. Are you alright? Are you alright? I heard Yangtze push at the wall to no avail. She seemed to be smacking it, even not kicking it. The thuds carrying through better than her voice. I'm alright, I called to her across the wall. Looking around, this hallway didn't seem to be directly connected to the hallway I had just left by accident. I tried pushing the wall from my side, but I couldn't get the trapdoor to open up again. But it doesn't look like I can get back to you easily. Let's leave for now, so you don't waste any time. But... There's only a day and a half left to find the key. Daylight still trickled from the nearby windows. However, given the little progress made by the shrinking group of survivors, we couldn't waste precious time. See you at dinner? Okay. See you at dinner. Thus, I turned away from the trapdoor, wall, and began exploring the new section I found myself in. Hearing a quiet crackling sound, I proceeded closer and found a fireplace. Embedded discreetly in the wall, the flame danced and flickered, radiating red warmth. They seemed to reach out towards me, causing me to stumble back. An image of fire flashed in the back of my head. A sudden sharp pain spiked through my skull, and I grasped at my head with a groan. I lost my sense of equilibrium, backing into a wall so that I could lean against it. I grit my teeth. The flames were in my eyes. I choked, feeling a strange rawness in my throat. Using the wall as support, I slowly made my way away from the area. Although my breathing cleared, a dull headache and unsteadiness persisted. So focused on my discomfort, I didn't notice the footsteps approaching. That was when the air seemed to freeze. An unfamiliar monster, a tall woman with red hair, and her entourage of followers passed by me. Every cell in me screamed to get away from her. Although lightheaded from the episode before, I felt I couldn't breathe under her suffocating aura. I met her eyes, a mismatched red and orange. My consciousness cut out. He, the marshal of the central altar, sleeps the hour of the dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. The deadline looming over our heads, one had to ask, what was the meaning of the dragon and the snake? Time? For example, time at which the key would reveal itself. That seemed terribly unfair. Had anyone ever said the trial would be fair? In the previous game, 11 had used the old-fashioned way of saying time with animals. Therefore, the dragon and snake could certainly have been the same. I tried thinking of what time those animals referred to. A voice in my head spoke. The hour of the dragon. The hour of the snake referred to the period between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. If that were the case, then Literally one more chance. My thoughts ended. Suddenly, I was snapping back to my reality as someone shaking my shoulders and someone's familiar voice. Hey, dude! Black spots faded from my vision. I stumbled right into the person who'd been shaking me, nearly knocking us both down before I regained my bearings. Youngzi? The last thing I remembered, I had lost consciousness, apparently standing after seeing a strange woman. I didn't know how much time had passed since the sun had set. More than that, the sky was pitch black. Unease ran through my chest. What time is it? Just about curfew. You missed dinner, and you weren't in your room, so I came out to find you. No, I was scared. I thought, why'd you miss dinner? Fast footsteps and sharp scraping noises cut off my words. At the end of the hall, I spotted a pair of maids. No. Nothing about them looked human. I spotted a pair of monsters who had certainly spotted us with their many eyes. We have to run. Youngzi and I began to run in the opposite direction of the monsters, which similarly began to sprint after us. I quickly reached a fork, causing me to hesitate for a moment. I didn't know where this was. I didn't know the best way to go. I didn't know if I'd run into a dead end. We didn't have time to hesitate. Now she grabbed my hand. This way! The sounds of the monsters sounded right next to my ears. Tugging, she pulled me along to run. We ran, making turns here and there until it was dizzy. We ran. Yet for every meter we ran. The monsters seemed to move too. Their movements scraping against the floor, their eyes so terribly hungry as they pierced our backs. The monsters were gaining on us. Still holding Young's hand, I felt her begin to flag and pant. I knew where we were now. Seeing a monster reach out to grab Yangzu, I yanked her out of the wall and practically dragged her to run as I chucked a random object in the hall straight into the monster's face. We had to go. We had to run. We were so close to safety. My assigned room was only a few meters away. The monsters were even closer. Through sheer force of will, I pushed Yangzi through the door and slid into the room. The moment my entire body was inside the room, I slammed the door shut, slamming against the fingers of one of the monsters that had reached to grab us. I ignored the wriggling digits that turned to black ooze. I locked the door. The ooze dripped to the floor and evaporated. Neither Yangzhe nor I were foolish enough to open the door. I watched the door backed away further into the room, picking any solid object that I could use to bash the monsters that should they make their way into the room. My heart was about to beat out of my chest. Not once did the monsters seem to touch the handle, or try to open the door. I wonder if the monsters had to follow rules for the game as well. Finally, the knocking stopped. Only once I heard the monsters leave did I return the makeshift weapon I picked up back to its original position. Are they gone? I think so. I collapsed like a slug face first into the bed, rolling around onto my back to more easily breathe. My limbs felt like jelly. Seeing Yangzi sit down on the bed next to me, I pulled myself up to a sitting position to accompany her. Thanks for saving me. She shook her head. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I saw this ominous woman, and I then just blacked out. She wasn't one of the survivors, or one of the servants. So, that's what happened? I was really worried. If you hadn't come to find me, then I think I would have been a goner. I hate that. No one did find the key today either. So we're here for another night. No luck on my end. I let out a sigh. Sitting in sudden silence, subdued silence, Youngster retrieved her phone from her pocket. I have some pictures of the mansion that I want to review. I'll look too. I scooted closer to her on the bed. Ayo. My fingers brushed against her hand. Ayo. By accident. We reviewed dozens of, maybe even hundreds of photos that Youngsu took of various places across the mansion. Not one hint of the key would be found. Let's go back to the riddle we saw on the first day. Youngsu opened the photo of the plaque. He, the marshal of the central altar, sleeps the hour of the dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. Who was the marshal of the central altar supposed to be? The central altar is the central altar. Nizha. The dog tugged at the memory, buried deep within my head. A name danced upon the tip of my tongue, something I remembered from when I was younger. I seem to have watched a show as a child with a character with that title. Nizha. Nisha. Is Nisha the marshal of the central altar? Sorry. You need to yawn in your goddamn ears like a weirdo. Nuda. Nuda is the marshal of the central altar. It's his Taoist name. Another one of his titles is the third Lotus Prince. Because he's born from lotus roots? Lotus roots? Maybe? Although adaptations of Journey to the West. Oh. For a number of those of Nuda. I had still watched a few cartoons and dramas focused on Nuda when I was younger. He was a mythological figure, a mischievous boy born out of a ball of flesh from a gestation period of over 3 years. Popping out of the flesh ball is a full-grown boy rather than an infant after the ball was cut open by his father, who would proceed to kill a dragon god at some point. Amidst shenanigans, which may have had liberties taken with them for the sake of the television, Nuda died and was brought back to life via lotus fruit by his Taoist master. After conflict with his father, Nuda ended up being trapped in a golden pagoda given to his father by the gods to tame Nuda, or so the adaptation I was familiar with went. The boy deity also appeared in Journey of the West, and its various adaptations with a slightly different backstory. With Nuda as the marshal of the central altar, as well as a character with enmity. Enmity? Weird. Enmity against his father. I thought he must have been relevant to the riddle describing our key. I think we're onto something. The problem with that The problem with that was that neither Yang Zi nor I could figure out the last part of the puzzle, which led us to the answer. After mulling over the riddle for a while longer, he was tucked in for the bed. Night passed. Morning came and passed as well, uneventful, with no key in sight for any of the survivor group. Oh no. 8 survivors still left, including Yangtze and I, gathered in the dining room during lunch, feeling the pressure of now looming a deadline. Less than half a day remained. No one knew where the key could be. Although I had missed dinner the previous night, I could clearly see that the survivors' count had decreased between yesterday noon and this morning to now. According to the others, we had dug through just about the whole mansion. They explored the cellar, the attic, even the servants' quarters. Yet the unlucky survivor had nearly gotten himself eaten alive. We saw a riddle where exploring, there might be a clue where the key is located. I think I remember seeing something like that too. What was it? Martial Dragon? I exchanged looks with Yang Zi. She took her phone out from her pocket, drawing suspicious looks from other survivors, and opened up the photo. Yeah, I figured. Of the plaque to show the others. He, the marshal of the central altar, sleeps the hour of the dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice key, cursing the father, blessed by the gods. Does anyone have any idea what the riddle could mean? The survivors murmured amongst themselves. A few piped up with ideas and interpretations, but no one thought of anything new or clearly actionable. It seemed the riddle was still unsolved. As we were about to move on to other topic, or possibly disperse, one of the younger survivors spoke up, crossing her arms in annoyance. Why do you get a cell phone? I also use my phone all the time when I was alive, but I don't have my phone with me in the afterlife. And some gloomy looking freak has hers? Are we sure she's not in cahoots with the Game Masters? What are you trying to say? Near my eyes, I protectively moved to block the aggressive survivor from Yangtze. The rest of the group grew unfriendly as they whispered amongst themselves. Calm down, maybe she was just lucky and hit it well, so she got to keep her phone. Since we're here, why don't we ask the girl to try calling civilization to get us out of here in this hellhole? The group agreed. I gripped my fist in irritation, but looking towards Yangtze to see how she felt about it. Clearly, we had no signal in the first round. We didn't seem to have any last night either. Can you try that again? She nodded. I set her hand to show her phone. She called 110. There was no signal, and the call failed to go through. Yatame! Taking advantage of Yangtze's extended hand, the teenager tried to yank it out of her hand. The other began to push towards the two of us as well. Back off! Yangtze backed away, pulling her phone close to herself. Didn't that creepy judge say that we're all dead? How did the rando die, huh? Did you die in a dirty, stinky ditch somewhere where no one cares about you? Perhaps you're doing what the young people these days... You're doing what these young people today call projecting! Huh? Ha! Just look at your balding head. Makes me smell that residual stink. Can we calm down and get back to... What, you want to share with the class where you died? The other players had already begun fighting amongst themselves, arguing about what this teenager was talking about. But not knowing how I died, I had the suspicion that most of the other survivors knew how they died. You should ask people that. Maybe I should. That game master judge girl said that we're all sinners here, so you all must have done some real messed up people to die in real messed up ways to get here. What'd you do to get pulled into the sinner game? You must be a total creep. Hot. Meat. Kettle. Bickering, pushing. The survivor group devolved into chaos. Youngsu tucked my jacket silently, looking like she wanted to leave the dining room as soon as possible. I felt tempted to go as well. However, before we could leave, the teenage survivor turned the group's attention back to us. And really, what's with the phone girl? You're right, why does she have a phone? Whoa, fuck you! Taking advantage of his size, the middle-aged man, who I had thought initially responsible, plucked Youngsu's phone right out of her hands. Youngsu reached for it only to be blocked by other survivors. Get that back, it doesn't belong to you. Even if she's innocent, we can make better use of this phone. How do you unlock this thing? Seriously, give it back! Give it to me! I've known how to use this better than any old man like you. Noisy. This place was really noisy. A plate fell to the ground. Miraculously, Youngsu threw a plate on the ground. The room fell silent in surprise. Then she opened her mouth to speak, loudly and clearly. Give my phone back to me! Walking over to the middle-aged man, the crowd that appeared surprised to see Youngsu speak at all, Youngsu took her phone back. She wiped it off with a napkin and held it close to her chest. Sending a glance towards the other survivors, she walked away, exiting the dining room. I'm rather annoyed myself. I copied Youngsu's glare and made to leave. You should consider resuming the key search before wasting any more time bullying people. I exited the dining room without waiting for a response. I found Youngsu in the hallway, not too far away from me. I just flung my lip balm on the floor by accident. My chapstick. Are you alright? I can't stand people. Now she let a deep sigh and stared down at her feet. After a while of silence, I felt her tug my jacket sleeve. Let's try to find the key. Yeah. We continue our search. Back in my pocket. Time passed. Out of the blue, the air changed, and Eleven's voice sounded out from the sky, reminding me of the first round of the mountain. The feast of the King of the 11th Court will commence in approximately 1 hour. You're almost out of time. 1 hour. Just 1 hour left. We didn't have any time left to wander about and hope for the best. We had to figure out where exactly the key was hidden. He, the marshal of the central altar, sleeping at the hour of dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. Brain clicked. That. Based on the riddle, the key should be somewhere in the southeast, the one place we hadn't checked yet. Inside that pond, with lotus flowers. The dragon and the snake refer to the directions southeast. The marshal of the central altar is Niha, lotus flowers. We turned to look at the southeast in unison. As Trina looked, we nodded and started running down the hall towards the garden in that direction. We reached the garden and stepped right in front of the pond. Beside the greenery and flowers, it seemed unassuming with the pretty white-pink lotus flowers floating upon its surface. Like no one had thought to search within, within it. No nets or tools in sight to use. Youngsu looked left and right, trying to find something to poke into the pond. But we didn't have time for that. I'm pretty good at swimming. What? Without thinking further, we're gonna drown! I dove into the pond with a splash. The water soaked my clothes, hindering my movements, but I forced myself downwards, opening my eyes. The pond wasn't so deep that light couldn't reach the bottom. Bubbles escaped as I conserved my oxygen. I heard there was soup. I haven't found any soup yet. Haven't found the soup of life just yet, but hi Connor, how you doing? Welcome in. Bubbles escaped as I conserved my oxygen. I quickly spotted something that reflected the water filtered sunlight shining in the silhouette of the pond floor. It was a golden pagoda figurine. I swam towards the pagoda and lifted it from the ground. From it dropped an object that I grabbed before it touched the pond bottom. As Levin stated, the moment I saw the key, I knew that we found it. My bubbles escaped my nose. A muffled celebratory jingle reached my ears from above the water surface. I had to go up. Otherwise I ran out of air before I had a chance to win this round. I gripped the key in my hand, pushed myself off the pond ground, and began to swim upwards. The light above the water grew big brighter. I was almost there. That was when something yanked my leg and began to pull me down. In my shock, air escaped my mouth. I struggled to swim upwards, just my hand splashing up above the pond. Just my hand splashing up above the pond surface. Then I felt myself being pulled down again. I was out of air. I couldn't escape this. But the thing overpowering me. I glanced down for just a moment, seeing a rotting creature that resembled the maids drag me down, a water ghost. I extended my hand towards the surface, which was growing further away, even as I kicked at the monster and tried to swim. No. A thin hand grabbed mine. She pulled desperately for my sake. Youngsu pulled against the force of the ghost, dragging me down and pulled me above the water. I gasped for air. Heidi! Using the ground as leverage, I kicked the ghost away and lifted the rest of me out of the water with Youngsu's help. The monster poked its head above the water for a quick second before diving back down, waiting for its next victim. Splash. Finally, having a chance to catch my breath, I sat on the ground for a few moments and breathed air. My clothes were wet with water, weighing me down and leaving a puddle on the ground. I gestured for Youngsu to hold out her hand. As she did, I dropped the key into her open palm. You found it? Yeah. As I forced myself back up to my feet, an announcement came from the sky. Congratulations. The key has been found. All players should make their way to the banquet hall for the feast. You made it. A maid wearing its human facade approached us and bowed. In its hands held a towel, which it passed to me to use to dry off. Please follow me to the banquet hall. Just like that, we reached the banquet hall. The moment we entered, the key disappeared from Young's hand. It seemed that the key's role was finished. Once again, reminded me that we were in the afterlife. In the banquet hall was a long table. At its head sat the tall, red-haired woman I saw the day before, her gaze sending a chill down my spine. The woman spoke. Congratulations! You have made it to the feast the third night and passed the second round of my game of life. I am king of the 11th court. First, sit. I spotted 11, sitting beside the king. The seat beside 11 was empty. All the other survivors sat themselves. A number of seats further away from the king had been left unoccupied in sets of 2 or 3. I contemplated where I should sit. Why is there a soup emoji? Why is there a soup emoji? Why is there just a soup emoji? Ekme, what the? Why do a soup emoji, Ekme? It is oddly on top. What the? Why is there a soup emoji in your Siladex? Oddly bizarre and specific. That was super emoji. Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people in a VC. What the fuck? Wow. Real busy in that VC. Look at that VC busy. What the fuck? Y'all popular over there. I'm gonna sit up to 11, because I can. I'll see you later. Hi! Walks up to the king. Hi, what's up? Don't mind me. Giving Youngsu a pat on the shoulder. I say, see you later. I walked up to the head of the long table and sat next to 11, who shot me a confused, dirty look. Hi. The king seemed to laugh, her mismatched eyes landing on me and narrowing, piercing through my soul. I averted her gaze from my eyes from the king. Now then, all who have worth have but one round left. Then you will win the right to be judged and perhaps even rewarded. I am a just and righteous king, so you may also treat this as an intermediate prize. Start the feast. The king clapped her hands once. I love this theme. Servants placed a myriad of dishes on the table. It appeared that the feast would be self-serve. I looked at the dish of meat, which, while glistening, I can't fucking glistening with delicious-looking sauces, appeared quite odd. It didn't resemble pork or chicken. As the survivors dug into the food, I reassessed. I reached out towards the odd meat dish, but paused to glance towards 11, who had not touched any of the meat. That is human meat. I quickly retracted my hand. Ellen reached out to another dish to make a pastry onto her plate and casually bit into it. Eat pastries instead. What is he doing? Ooh, Celeste. What's he doing? Ooh, Celeste. Sorry. I'm being nosy and saying at a Discord call that people are in and people are sharing their screen. Someone's doing art, and someone's playing Celeste. Give a second, I fruit. Hang on. This thing's so hard to eat. I wonder. We'll never know. Ah. Eat pastries instead. I glanced at the pastries warily, not knowing what unnatural fillings might have been hiding within the golden, flaky exterior. I'm rather partial to the mung bean pastries. Eleven gestured to the plate that she took from. I couldn't say that I trusted her, but I also wouldn't say that I distrusted her. Thus I reached out to take one of the supposed mung bean pastries as well. Holding it to my hands, I nibbled on it. My first tiny bite didn't hit any filling, but the flaky exterior was mildly sweet and well made already. Feeling courageous, I took a bigger bite. It's good. Like Eleven said, it was a mung bean pastry. She won't lie to me, right? She wouldn't lie to me, right? Totally, truly. Not too sweet, but not at all bland. I savored the taste as I chewed. I wondered how long had passed since the last time I was able to slowly enjoy a snack. Yes, it is. Sweet pastry healed my heart. What are the others? Oh. One to the left. Sesame filling. One to the right. Red bean filling. Sweets sure are nice. They are. What about those? I pointed at the dish that she hadn't covered. There. Those are mooncakes. Taking a closer look, I realized that the mooncakes look like Shanghai style mooncakes. The Mid-Autumn Festival is happening soon, huh? I prefer the Guangdong style ones. Specifically, it has to be lotus paste filling with 2 yolks. I like the red bean normally, but if we're talking about mooncakes, it has to be lotus paste filling. I'm not a fan of that sort of yolk, admittedly. We can't be friends anymore. The yolk is my favorite salty thing. That's alright. When were we ever friends? You just gave me critical damage. Yes. I know. Now I know that you know how to enjoy your food. Evelyn placed some vegetables onto her plate and proceeded to nibble on a leafy green. Following her, I also filled my plate with a few items non-meat for obvious reasons. Are you a vegetarian? No. I see. Maybe I've had too much meat these days, or maybe I'm simply getting old, liking sweets, and being unable to stand too much meat and salt. She started to sigh. I tried to imagine her as an old matriarch from a television drama, holding those Buddhist beads and wearing simple clothes, as her theoretical grandson succeeded in the family trade. For some reason, that theoretical grandson looked older than her in my mind's eye. You don't know how old I am. Well, yes. I'm sure it works like a little different in here in the afterlife. You're plenty young. You're plenty young as far as I'm concerned. Go on, fetus. Whoa! You seem rather friendly with my woman. The king interrupted our conversation, turning her air ice cold. As a reward, I will have a bit of something special served to you. The king gestured to a servant who walked up and placed a piece of special meat onto my plate. I looked at the meat, and then at the king. Eat it. I picked up a utensil and hesitated. The meat seemed to writhe, leaking black and red. It called to me that it was delicious, yet my heart screamed at me not to touch it. The king did not look away from me. I had no choice but to eat it. Before I could pick up the meat, Eleven snatched it off my plate and placed it into her mouth. Ow. Huh? Crunch. She chewed and made a face. Yet she did not spit out, instead swallowed, wiping her mouth once she was done. My, what brought this on? This meat was my lord's favor. This meat was my lord's favor. How could I let a mere human have it? You should blame me for being a jealous woman. What a thing for you to say! But you've certainly satisfied me for now. I'll let you play with my little friend. With your little friend for a while longer. We have an eternity to spend together after all. Yes. That we do. Although after that exchange the king held to her word and did not interrupt us again, the mood had chilled. The feast continued for a while longer. Then the low bell tolled, signaling the end of our time in this round. When I opened my eyes, I once again returned to my familiar yet lifeless apartment. A little claw. I leaned against the wall, hand brushing against the familiar feeling, and filling with a hole that I had made once upon a time with a nail and hung a whiteboard. So I mean, I actually don't know these. I don't know these are called actually in English. Give me a second. I'm gonna Google it. I'm eating fruit. Sure. Am I gonna give me what I'm looking for? Oh, it's just called Lungan. It's just the same word, but said Englishly. I mean in dragonite fruit. Sorry. I'm just consuming. I bought a bunch of. I was hanging it a bunch of dragonite fruit that are still have the shell on it. I'm just consuming that slowly. I was like, what's this called in English? Oh, it's just the. It's the same word. Okay then. Good to know. It's just the same word. It's just the same word, except said with a non-Asian way. Anglicized. Anglicized word. Lovely. Even now, I thought as I could. Even now, I thought as if I could awaken from this nightmare, for that all of this was a dream. Yet, I would not wake. Only one round remains of the game of life. I can't English today. After all the close calls I had in the past 2 games, I still had no idea how I died. Having no time for introspection when running for my life. I wondered how I lost my life. Were you killed? Were you murder-suicided by Yangzi? I wonder. That's my theory. Was I murdered? If some unknown entity had a grudge against me and brutalized me to the point of amnesia, even the afterlife, I wonder if I wanted to remember. Was it a natural disaster? Climate change had certainly increased. In the instances of flood, landslides, fires, and whatnot in the region. Perhaps I simply dropped dead of the heart attack. I'd always thought that my family's genes were pretty resilient. None of my grandparents ever had heart issues or strokes. None of these questions bore any results. Mulling over my unclear death wouldn't bring me any answers. Honestly, I have not been going in any specific route. I've just been back and forth between 11 and Yangzi, so I'm just gonna go with Yangzi now. It's Yangzi's turn. I rap my knuckles on Yangzi's door, not knowing if she would be in that room, which should have long been vacated. Before I could call out to her, the door opened on its own. I never had any automatic door system built into my apartment, so that definitely was not supposed to have happened. Now she was sitting on the carpet, fiddling with her phone. In one hand, and holding an open can of beer in the other. What the fuck? You're drinking? You're day drinking? It's not day drinking, it's an evening, but still. You're drinking in the evening? As I approached, she set the beer down, making sure not to spill it. Do you have a signal? Yangzi shook her head. I took a seat next to her, careful not to lean against the bed since I was still in outdoor clothes. At least I had magically dried off before getting out of the pond now. I leaned towards her. I couldn't help but grin. You cracked open a cold one with the boys? You cracked open a cold one with the boys pretty quickly if we both got back to our places at the same time. You guys would always went out drinking for work. Coming home late all the time? It really is part of my job. It really is part of my job. Can't get anywhere without the after-work socializing. Although I do wish I had got paid a bit more in exchange for all that unpaid time. Your company's lab really doesn't go out much, huh? Hi! She's laying down my chest. Yo, shook her head. She's speaking. Wait, I can do that too. Her face looked flushed. A cute pink dusted across her cheeks. Her eyes a little watery. This was how she looked when she was drunk. I wondered how long had passed since the last time we drank together. Yeah, our peoples. Oh, I have to throw credits for this real quick. Oh, fuck, I forgot the credit. Oh, Lillian. Nope. 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 God damn it. Alright, thanks for the hot flash chicken. Hydrate, Olivia. I'd walk away from something. I'll do something real quick. Anyways, I was running the credits real quick. With hard eyes. Where is my credits for this here? There. Now you are. Here she is. Where I go? Did I not put it on this? Oh my god. Probably the other one, right? Yeah. This should be another. I should be the other one. There's a description on this model. Or both with the old one. There should. Hopefully there's credits on. Oh, I put the credits somewhere. I can find it easily. Here they are. Here's the eye credits. Eye credits. Eye credits. Eye credits. Anyways, back to reading. I don't know that passed since the last time we drank together. Although right now I was happily sober, and not a drop of alcohol in me, he must have really chugged that beer. I only drink once in a while when I'm stressed. Not that it matters since I'm dead. I poke her forehead, eliciting a small yelp from her. Let's get through the last round, and then we won't be dead anymore. Alright? Mm-hmm. Want to come with me next time I get invited to something fancy? Absolutely no way. I'm so bad with people. Sometimes you just have to put yourself out there. Most people are pretty easy to talk to once you get past greetings. It's not so bad once you get the hang of it. Oh, button number 3. Charlie smacked my arm. I really hate it when you say those sorts of things. I can't do it. I'm just a useless person who can't change. Can't grow up. Can't talk to people. Can't do anything. I can only do things at my own pace. I just can't be normal. Youngsu. Whatever. I'm bad people. I just hate people. Why can't they just all disappear and leave me alone? I'm sorry. She turned her head. Turned her head away from me. She wouldn't look at me. Pulling away. First snapping at you. First snapping at you. I shook my head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologized. I know that I can be overbearing, if that's the right word. Inconsiderate? Acting like the world should work my way all the time. Giving advice that no one asked for. I apologize not just for now, but also for all the other moments that I should have told her sorry. We sat in silence for a few moments. Do you still remember how you met? Junior high? In the summer. Just before summer break. During that exam period, when the AC broke halfway through the day. And the next best thing was electric fans circulating humid air. I shouldn't remember what happened over 10 years ago so vividly. But I really thought I was going to die from that heat. Finally out from the last exam, when I was even What even was it? Hi, Ming. I'm ready for spring. I guess I'm ready for summer. I don't know. I'm not ready for the influx of people that are gonna come to the place to work at, because summer people and there's no school. People like going out to eat. That's more work for me to do. It's more exhausting. This is called a bra. This is called a bra. You know, for boobs. A bra. It's a bra. You know, for, you know, it's not a bikini. Nope. I see. I see. Oh, fine, I can't do that while it's tapped in here. No button. There. No more. No more. No more. No more. No more. It's gone. Finally, out from the last exam. What was it even? I just remember struggling to get the canteen or vending machine or anything for a drink of water. For the stretch, Bolivia. It looked great. Well, you can't distinguish between a bra and a bikini, apparently. I just remember struggling to get to the canteen or vending machine or anything for a drink of water. I am not a tsundere. I then bumped into you. We didn't know each other at that point. Without hesitation, you gave me a bottle of water. You were carrying a water bottle. We had chatted about this moment many times before, so the memory had always certainly been beautified. Yet to speak of it again in our mid-20s tickled my heart. Okay. Why is this grayed out? No, it's not grayed out. It's just like that. Okay. I was on the basketball team in junior high, so I usually carry my extra water bottles with me. At the time, I didn't think it'd come in handy that I carried extra. Dinner's been good. Nothing too exciting, I guess. Not bad so far. Pretty decent. Yeah. Still, it was water. My cool and gallant savior. You know what I remember the most about that time? That there was a pretty girl who I met after the exams who got assigned to the same class as me in the class shuffle after summer break. The rest is history. Yeah, there are this one's from exactly. Sorting through these long arms are just seeing my bowl. Put to me. This one is shell. Oh, those are shells? Okay, those are shells. The table's clean enough to put them on. I don't eat the shells. They're fine. Alright, anyway, back to the game. The rest is history. Who's this pretty girl you're talking about? You know her better than anyone else in the world. Did you think Don't think that I'm joking about calling you pretty. The very pretty girl who I wanted to become close with from first sight turned out to be my new classmate. Chen Yongzi. Lady Luck loved me. So I didn't even have to ask anyone to switch seats to get assigned to anyone next to you. It's assigned to the one next to you on the first day of the term. But I would have if I had to. Aren't those words something you made up when we started dating? It's the truth. Otherwise, what's the point of pointing? Otherwise, what's the point of saying it now? After all, we already broken up. Now, if I had said that I knew right away that you were kind and clever, well, that would probably have been something I made up, even if it turned out to be true. A little red crept up to a little red crept up to her ears, literally. Why, thank you. Why, thank you, classmate. What the fuck? Jiang Haide, for the character recommendation. I aim to please, classmate. When Youngzi leaned against me again, just for a moment, the silence that filled the air was soft, gentle, just like her, reminding me of the past. Yet I couldn't bask in the atmosphere of nostalgia for too long, as she distanced herself distanced herself a little, appearing almost lonely, even though I was right here. Whatever happens, you have to pass the third round and pass the trial. I'll make sure of it. Despite being the way I am, I can pull through for a moment that counts. It's the balance of karma. For every bad thing, there has to be a good thing. Or something like that. Pushing the long-forgotten can of beer further away, Youngzi rose to her feet. The karmic balance will be altered if we keep chatting so. She tugged at my arm, making me follow suit in standing up, and started shuffling me towards the door. Why? Because it makes me too happy. Suddenly, I was getting pushed out the door. See you? See you. I stepped out of her room, and the door closed softly behind me. Before long, the low bell tolled, signaling the start of the third and final round. Darkness enveloped me, devouring the ground beneath me, covering my vision. Waiting for the second scenery to change, I closed my eyes. I seemed to hear the hiss of a snake and the flow of a river. Yet the air felt far too stagnant to be outdoors. When I opened my eyes, feeling the ground solidify under my feet, I found myself in a place stranger than the previous two game locations. Glass walls surrounded me in all four directions. Beyond the glass walls stood more glass walls, forming a matrices of glass boxes. The wall extended up too high to be climbed, capped at the top with a similarly glass ceiling. Even the ground appeared to be lined with a layer of glass. I don't know. What? No. Within each glass box stood one survivor, arriving at the third round just like me, in some sort of podium. As everyone arrived, Eleven's voice came from the sky as usual. Welcome to the third and final round of your trial. I want to explain the rules. The third round is an individual game. Each player will stay within their own box, and within their box will be a podium containing puzzles that must be solved in order. Solve all 9 puzzles before you drown. Your time limit is dependent on your sins. I glanced at the middle of my glass box at the mentioned podium, spotting a puzzle sitting there. The ground was still dry. This game was specially bestowed upon me by the King of the 11th Court. I am truly overjoyed. Good luck. And when she finished speaking, water began to trickle into my box from an unknown source, creating a puddle like wet film beneath my shoes. I looked around, spotting Yangzi in a neighboring box. When I approached the glass adjacent to her box, Yangzi seemed to have the same idea. She too stood before the same glass wall. Stand back a little. Yangzi smashed the glass wall, but nothing happened. Let me try my end. What? After Young just stood back, I sent a roundhouse kick at the glass. My foot bounced off the wall, sending me stumbling, leaving nothing but a bit of water from the ground on the glass. I don't think we'll be able to get past the glass. She did say that it's an individual game, didn't she? I glanced beyond the glass over the podium, in Young's box, finding that even the shape of her puzzle appeared to be a little different from what was in my podium. Adjusting my stance, I felt my feet push against the water. Splish. Idiot had already risen in 2 centimeters. The water is already rising. Let's focus on our puzzles for now, alright? She nodded. I believe in you, Hailu. I believe in you too. Alright, puzzle time. Oh shit. Walking to my podium, I looked at the puzzle that sat on top of it. It was a metal puzzle made of many pieces that had to be put together, rotated and adjusted to fit together. I held it in my hand and began to fiddle with it, trying to figure out how to solve it, having received no instructions beyond just to solve it. Water began to seep into my shoes, soaking my socks uncomfortably. As I racked my brain, pushing pieces together, the water did not stop, gradually increasing as it rose. Click. I solved the first puzzle. The initial puzzle disappeared, and in its place came a similar but wholly different puzzle. The water dropped along with the first appearance. I let a sigh of relief at the game's kindness. My pants wet by the now lowered water, stuck to my lower legs. The trickling sound of water conveyed to me that just one puzzle wasn't enough to stop the flow. The water rose. Click. The water fell. Despite having been able to solve 2 puzzles, I wasn't able to prevent the water from gradually going upwards, soaking above my knees. I glanced over at the other survivor's box, noticing that their water levels had reached far above mine. It appeared to be increasing at different speeds. I'm not really saving. I'm just saving because I just save every now and again because it's important to save. Make sure I don't lose progress. Even though it's a visual novel, you know, I might as well save. It's important to save. A few players gave up on a puzzle, solving and choosing to instead throw their puzzle at the glass, sagging the walls in an attempt to get out. Click. 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 The water undulated. My clothes stuck to my skin, wet. My hands couldn't help but grow stiff as I forced cold, hard metal pieces together. I could feel my body trembling. I could feel my body temperature dropping as I began to shiver. The water wasn't warmed like a swimming pool. As I began to slow, I ended my hand against a particular sharp piece. The water stirred as a single drop of red fell in, mixing and dispersing. I shook my head and had to focus. Click. Luckily, I was able to get my 6th puzzle to click in place with my slightly numb fingers, hearing the satisfying click and feeling the water lower. I took a deep breath before readying myself for the next puzzle of many. Bam! I jumped in surprise as a loud noise came from the back. I glanced backwards and saw my neighbor in that direction, smashing himself full body against the wall, trying desperately to get out of the water, reaching right below his nose. He was going to drown. As I met his eyes, I saw the water reach above his nose, at standing height, and him trying to tread water. Weighed down by his clothes, I turned back to my puzzle, averting my eyes from his look of despair. The noise was distracting. I had to focus. Eventually, the noise from the back weakened and stopped. Click, I didn't know how long had passed since the game had started, each puzzle taking a non-trivial amount of time to finish. Certainly, it must have been at least 2 or 3 hours now. I adjusted my standing position. My legs were growing sore, becoming stiff from the water and all the standing. Cracking my neck, gazing upwards for a second, to relieve my neck of the stress of looking down for so long. Yet I had no time to waste. Splish, splash, the water rippled as I moved. I glanced towards young Zhu, who seemed to be doing alright, water at her waist. Then I returned to my puzzle. Water reached my chest, encroaching on the podium's height. Frustratingly, I couldn't get this puzzle to work, even as I nearly jammed my fingers trying to piece it together. The water reached my chin, forcing me to lift the puzzle above the water. As I adjusted the height of my vision, I inadvertently looked to the box in front of me. A dead person. The person in the box in front of me was floating, his body floating face down in a box full of water, and his corpse had been pushed against the ceiling. As my hands shook and nearly dropped the puzzle pieces I held, it began to sink. Click. The shock of seeing a corpse actually helped me solve the puzzle. What the heck? I almost wanted to laugh as I felt the water level drop down to my waist, leaving all of my clothes uncomfortably wet, but myself able to breathe. I didn't dare look towards my last neighbor, who had been hitting the wall as well, but no longer made any noise. The water writhed, lapping upwards at my torso as if disappointed. The last puzzle appeared before me. Without pausing, I grabbed it to begin piecing it together. The configuration appeared even more complex than the previous game. I ate. My fingers hurt. My arms couldn't stop shivering. Ah! Hearing Young's voice, I immediately twisted to look at her in direction, scared that she would also be drowning. When I saw that the water level in her box was even a little below her waist. Congratulations to the first person to complete all 9 puzzles. You have passed the 3rd round. I felt the relief rushed over my body. I'm glad. Before Young Zi could do or say anything, an unknown force whisked her away and emptied her box. I turned my attention back to my final puzzle. I had to focus. My stiff fingers fiddled with this puzzle. Slowly but surely, connecting the pieces and pushing them into the correct place, after many, many moments of trial and error. The water once more reached my chin. As part of the puzzle, I affixed to the podium. Now I had one less piece that I needed to connect to the puzzle, which I felt that I knew how to complete. Yet I could no longer pick the puzzle up. I had to look through the distortion of the water. It was just one piece. I expected a satisfying click, yet the budding sense of victory in my chest gradually turned to anxiety. The puzzle's final piece just wouldn't fit into place. It was not fitting. Was it trying to put it into the wrong place? The last piece seemed to obviously fit into the last hole left, but it wasn't fitting. It wasn't clicking into place, even as I ducked my head under the water to examine it more closely. Why wasn't it clicking into place? The water reached my nose. The puzzle wasn't clicking. Why? The water reached above my nose. I forced myself off the ground and began to treading water, keeping my head above the water. Holding the last piece in my hand, I took a deep breath and dived. Why wasn't the piece fitting into the only place left to put it? I went up for air and tried again, no avail. I repeated the steps a number of times. No matter what I did, no matter where I tried to insert the final piece, it seemed like an invisible force was blocking me. Then, as I went up for air for the nth time, I hit the ceiling. The glass box was filling with water already. I had no choice but to return to the podium. My lungs burned, my vision flickered. Gripping the puzzle on the podium and forcing the final piece into its hole, I wanted to cry, but there was too much water around me to cry. As strength left me, the cold and lack of oxygen overwhelmed me. I wondered if this was it. An unknown warmth, perhaps a hallucination, seemed to touch my hand. Click. The letter above lowered. It was far too high for me at this moment to be able to swim up. I was too tired. Its black spots started to fill my vision. The water's surface, going further as I sank. I heard Levin's muffled voice making an announcement for me. Darkness covered my sight. The pressure of water seemed to disappear from around me. I felt a pair of soft lips pressed against mine to pass air to my empty lungs. My consciousness faded. I saw a dream. In this dream, I walked into a lonely courtyard, a place that looked like the set of a historical drama that young Zhu liked. I spotted a girl whose face I could not make out. She appeared familiar, but even when I squinted, her facial features remained unclear. As I approached the door to the living space, the girl spoke and stopped me in my tracks. Who are you? Her voice sounded familiar, yet I could not remember who she was. Not speaking? Are you a servant sent by that woman? My stepmother? Oh no. She has to be called Madam by you servants, doesn't she? To scare me? Or ruin me? No, I'm not a servant, I stopped, realizing I don't know how to explain myself. Surely my name wouldn't be useful information. I doubted that I had traveled through time in this dream. What are you going to say? That you're a mere... What are you going to say? That you're a mirror grinder? Flower thief who does the stealing during the broad daylight? Rather, I might be a ghost? Think of your excuse. Is that how ghosts dress? Looking down at my outfit, I realized that I was still wearing normal modern clothes. A shirt, jacket, jeans, sneakers. Certainly didn't look like a ghost. Then I'm a ghost from the future. At the very least, I will concede that you might not be one of the woman's people. You have no excuse for trespassing. I'm actually... Who are you? And where am I? She then spoke slowly, as if I were a fool. This is a courtyard in the Marquis Pingyan residence. I'm the firstborn legal granddaughter of the Marquis Pingyan. Or you may say that I am the daughter of Sir Shao, who executed his first wife 2 years ago. Her voice twisted at the mention of Sir Shao. Her father, a man who married a stepmother, who would harass her daughter, and a man who killed his wife. He seemed unpleasant. She mentioned those names, as if I was supposed to know who they were. This Sir Shao was his first wife, your mother? The question slipped from my lips before I realized how inappropriate it was to ask a stranger about their dead parent within minutes of meeting her. Do you not know of our family history? Or is this another form of harassment? Do you have me talk about it? No, I'm sorry. You don't need to talk about it if you don't want to. She paused. I see. You might as well hear the true version of the story rather than all the lies that have been spread. My mother was indeed the first wife of Sir Shao, a talented woman whose greatest flaw was loving a man like him. She was unable to bear him a male heir and disliked his concubines, many of which he took in during her pregnancy with me and her miscarriage that could have been my brother. My father intended to divorce my mother for those 2 points, and despite her pride, she accepted the shame. However, my father's favorite concubine, that woman, she couldn't even bear to see my mother alive. That woman planted the items associated with witchcraft in my mother's room, and had my mother accused of witchcraft in front of guests. Witchcraft? A crime worth the death penalty. But it was fake. In the first place, witchcraft is just voodoo superstition. Why? You must be a foreigner. Witchcraft was outlawed in a decree by the previous emperor, and no one is free from punishment should they be caught doing it. Even an imperial concubine was executed 5 years ago for witchcraft. The rest of the story everyone knows. My mother was executed. My father never once tried to save her. Her shoulders shook with an emotion that wasn't mirth. Then he elevated his favorite concubine to the position of main wife, not 2 months after my mother's death. That woman who killed my mother. Well, we'll see if she can bear him his desired heir. His backyard is far too messy, and there's no reason why there's been no movement in anyone's stomach for years now. Ah, that's karma for you. It is surprisingly refreshing to say all these things aloud. I don't even have a trusted maidservant who I can say those things to. I suppose I'm taking a risk by speaking to a stranger. A person who calls herself a ghost. I can at least promise that I won't tell anyone what you've told me. Even though I couldn't see your face, you seemed terribly lonely. But are you okay? She didn't have anyone to point. She didn't have anyone to point someone. She didn't have anyone to the point that when someone came to her courtyard, she assumed that this must have been enemy sent by those who call themselves her family. In fact, if I had been malicious, it didn't seem like anyone would have stopped me. She had no family and no one to accompany her. Because that means you're alone here. So I am. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Is there anything I can do? If I could even just poison that woman, then I would be satisfied. But when can I get my hands on poison? As a boudoir girl. Poison? Huh. I don't know if I have any poison flowers growing here. but sufficient amounts of nutmeg can kill an adult. Are apples a thing already? Apple seeds also hold poison, but it'll be hard to get someone to eat enough to be fatal. Maybe mix into something. That's good to know. Maybe you also need to be careful about her poisoning you. I appreciate the concern, stranger. If I were a son, then certainly that woman would have already tried to have killed me. As a girl, the worst that she'll try is to ruin my reputation and marry me off to an old lecher. For all that he is scum, my father would be upset if the asset that he's had raised for so many years was ruined when he could have instead used me for benefits. He likely preferred to keep his only daughter out of sight and out of mind until he finds the right person to make a marriage alliance with. What a what a chauvinistic scumbag. Yes, he is. I contemplated aloud. I wondered if finding someone to elope with would be hard. With whom would I elope? She got close to me and whispered into my ear. Her breath tickled against my cheek. For some reason, I noticed it just smelled nice. I'll let you in on a secret. I only like women. In other words, people would call me a mirror grinder. She turned to her initial distance and laughed. That would certainly love to hear this. Even if there was a decent man willing to elope with a marquis's granddaughter, I wouldn't be interested. I have few female friends, and I don't know anyone who would elope with me. Would I elope with you? I'm a comrade too. I also like women. But it's impossible because I'm not from this time. And I'm dead for now. I'll keep your secret though. What a shame. You seem like someone I could get along with, given time. Well, if I weren't dead, then I wouldn't have minded trying. We chatted for a little longer. Then my body flickered, becoming partially see-through. Huh. So, you are in fact Ghost. She reached out a hand to touch mine, not passing through me as I expected. Instead, retracting her hand, she held mine and ran her fingers along my palm. Her touch tickled. Is it cold to be dead? No, not really. But you're warm. I see. I flickered again. Oh, sorry. I flickered again. Looks like I have to go now. She killed herself. My body grew more and more transparent. A tugging sensation at the edge of my mind, trying to pull me out of this courtyard. Goodbye. Don't get yourself executed for witchcraft, and maybe we'll meet again one day. Yeah, maybe. Meet again. Maybe we'll meet again one day. Bye, 11. The dream ended. Wonder 4. I groggily opened my eyes, nearly toppling over as I regained consciousness. My clothes had dried from when I nearly drowned, and I was sitting in the chair. The chair from the moment I first met 11. In that same dark place. 11 stood before me, invoking a strange feeling of familiarity within my chest. Congratulations on passing all 3 trials. You will soon be judged for the 11th court to determine your final fate. However, as you have obtained the ire of the king, you will likely be judged unfavorably. Is the king the one who makes the final judgment? In theory, no, but in essence, yes. The 11th court is ruled by the king of the 11th court, and despite its name, it is outside the 10th courts of hell. I stood up. Wait. Even if you say that it's outside the 10th courts, I don't know what you're trying to imply. There are too many interpretations for the afterlife. For example, the number of courts often changes between 8 and 10 depending on which reading someone is using. I furrow my brow. The 10 courts are the true authority of hell, in charge of punishment and reincarnation of the dead. The 10 courts would never allow a dead person to undo their death. Well, the 11th court has the power to do it. Should you expect justice, then you would be sorely disappointed. It has simply gone unnoticed thus far that the 11th court is doing what it is. There is a set of drums before the 10 courts that require extreme conviction to use, a will to use. They are the drums to petition the King of Hell, King Yang Liao, to take attention to injustice in their realm. Once the drums are sounded, the 10 courts are obligated to act. Why tell me this? She paused and gazed at me. I am at least a little fond of you. And I have someone who I am very not fond of. If you can pass the court's judgment and return your life in the realm of living, then I will be happy for you. However, should you be devoured by the 11th court, then your soul will cease to exist. In that case, reincarnation would be kinder. Even if that means I would forget you? Why would you want to remember me? 11. You're worth remembering. 11? Somehow I seem to a little silly, saying such things about remembering her when I still don't know her name. It's a nickname since I don't know your name. You're the judge of the 11th court. 11? So 11? I see. My name is not 11, but you're welcome to refer to me as such when speaking to others. What is your name then? That's a secret. Tell her my name. Speaking of names, I realized I never told her mine. I should probably introduce myself to you. My name is Jiang Haile. Qiang Haile. Qiang like 1,000. Hai like the sea. And Lu like dew. Like Qin. Oh. Qin Haile. Huh. Qin. I keep saying Qian. Qin like 1,000. I traced my fingers through the air, writing out the strokes of my name. She let out a soft laugh. You knew your name. Chi Hairu. It's a pretty name for a pretty person. My heart, for some reason, skipped a beat. It felt like a little heat pool on my cheeks. Then, the low bell tolled. The scenery around me shifted. The darkness receded. To reveal an open courtroom. In a moment, I blinked my eyes. In surprise, 11 disappeared from before me. She reappeared, stepping out off the judge's table in front and taking a seat. I looked around, finding ghastly spectators lingering in the shadows. Looking upwards, I saw a second-floor balcony, where above the judge's table, the king sat upon a throne. Yes, sitting on a throne. That's his sitting position. The king overlooked us with shadowy advisors, saying silently as they flanked him. Jiangzi then appeared beside me, something as if she too was pulled from another location. How you do? Yeah? I think this is it. Watching the two of us with hungry eyes, the ghosts murmur and were silenced as 11 slammed a rectangular wood slab, the gavel, on the table, signaling the start of court. Defendants, welcome to the 11th court, and congratulations on passing all 3 rounds of the game of life. The ghost laughed. It is here that your actions through your trials will be used to reevaluate your status. She summarized the 3 trials, which still felt far too unreal. A rush down a mountain at night, a search for a key within a mansion, and a box where I nearly drowned. Then pulling out a book, she had to note our actions. Not every moment was recorded. I felt a chill down my spine hearing the recollection of those terrible games, and realizing how much the king's ghosts had been surveilling us. As noted, both players passed 3 trials without issue, including a final decision by our king. Oh! I've met my eyes and not as 11 met my eyes and gave me a slight nod. I can read English words. It was going to be okay. As a judge of the court, I declare Qin Hairu in Cheng Yangzi not guilty. They have been judged to be guilty. The king stood from her throne. The air froze, and 11 paled. The king sent 11 a sharp look and snapped her fingers, dismissing the illusion of a courtroom to leave only a dark hellscape. I could barely breathe as the king exerted power, which I could almost see emanating from her body. Yangzi did not seem to be in a better state. Before we could react, a number of ghosts surrounded us and grabbed our limbs, holding us in place. The king descended from the balcony and walked towards 11. Smack. The king slapped 11 up, leaving an ugly red mark on her face. Yet 11 did not fight back, and simply stood in place. My sacrificial wife, I wonder why it is that you think you could disobey my intentions for this pair of humans? I tried to speak up, but my body was frozen. My tongue was frozen. I couldn't move. The king roughly grabbed 11's chin, fingers digging into 11's face. Your father married you to me, throwing you to the bottom of my river, weighing down weighed down by stones. I thought that you were beautiful when you drowned, so I took you in as my first wife. In fondness of you, of all the times we spent together, I have always kept you as my main wife, even bestowed upon you this position to play within my court as my mouthpiece. Seeing 11 refused to look at her, the king yanked 11's chin upward. Is this the gratitude you show me? The king turned in my direction, pulling 11 to also do so. The judge who has chosen to help you is nothing more than my woman. She and this entire court belong to me. Why is it that my woman likes to rebel so much? Although I do like them, Felicia. I thought that I had already broken her in. Is it that the meat you have eaten was too unfresh, causing your sense to rot away as well? Certainly there's a meal to be had soon. Well, speaking of a meal, the king's mismatched eyes roamed over Yang Zi and me. I could almost hear the ghosts holding us salivating. Then the king looked at 11 again. But I will need to discipline you later. This was wrong. It was wrong. I couldn't understand why 11 would just take these words from the king. I couldn't accept the way that the king treated 11. If the king was going to have Yang Zi and me eaten, then I wanted at least to give her a slap back. You! Words that passed my frozen tongue. I coughed, feeling control return to my body. However, when I tried to charge forward at the king, the ghost held me firmly in place. The king glanced towards me for a second. Kneel! Then she exerted more power, forcing 11 down to her knees. Making a gesture, the king had the ghost drag me over and throw me to the ground. The ghost pulled me up just enough to force me to kneel before the king. The king stared into my eyes with her mismatched snake eyes, making my blood curdle. She was a predator. My instincts screamed at me. She was a monster. I already knew that. What did you do to make my woman so interested? To choose you in her little rebellion? A little ugly and deformed? Certainly without any sense, and not enough ability to even pass 3 trials without her help. I can't see why she would aim for your favor. You puny, insignificant worm. It may be that you're blind. I would have rather married someone like her instead of you. Before I could process 11's words, the king's armored boot smashed into my gut. It kicked me so hard that if it weren't for the ghost holding me, I would have gone flying. And the consciousness cut for a moment. My mouth filled with a metallic taste, and red spilled from my mouth. I heaved, trying to breathe through the pain. What was up? What was down? What just happened? I heard Yang Zi's scream, muted in my jumbling mind. Just for a second, I felt glad that I was already dead. I'm divorcing you. A low drum is hit. The low sound of a drum echoed through the dark space. The sound and vibration shook me into my core, even as my vision was slowly clearing up. I knew what these drums were, even though I couldn't see them. 11 had done something to sound the drum of the 10 chords. I should have done this so long ago. You! What? still so for the 10 courts that you hid your pitiful little kingdom and its rotting court from? I've become so enamored with your fake. The king kicked 11, setting him flying across the ground. Then the king stormed up towards 11 and stopped on 11's chest. The king lowered his... That's really funny. Real funny sprite work. The king lowered herself onto 11 and grabbed 11's neck. You foolish woman! Do you know what you've done? When the 11 court come down on us, all, you will also be purged. Despite all that, 11 didn't apologize. Instead, she laughed. A wheezing laugh through her throat that was being held by the king's hand. Why would I not know? We can all be punished together. Punished together? No, I will be the one to devour you myself before those bastards can do anything. No matter what, you will be nothing but mine. The king began to squeeze. Even though I knew that I was too weak to do anything, I struggled against the ghosts holding me, trying to reach 11. 11 pushed away at the king, to no avail, twitching as she struggled to breathe. Her hands brushed against the ground, as if she was searching for something. And as her struggle grew weaker and weaker, she managed to pull a scalpel out from the ground. Taking that scalpel into her hand, she stabbed the king. The king recoiled, just for a second. That 1 second was enough for 11 to slip out from beneath the king and roll away, just out of the king's reach. As 11 struggled to her feet, the king made to grab 11 again. But then, the sound of marching entered my ears. I felt the grip of the ghosts holding me loosen a little. The ghosts began to shudder and whisper among themselves. A white-haired, androgynous person walked into the scene with a group of soldiers marching behind them. I am the king of hell, King Yonglao. Who is the petitioner who sounded the drum? 11 stood up, gay, finding her balance, and saluted with her hands clasped together. I am. Greetings to King Lanya. I've Xiao Yiyuan, then was spared with the sound of the drums, the 10 counts, petition for justice. That was how I learned her name. Xiao Yiwen was a pretty name, fitting her well. What is the crime that you have called upon the 10 courts for? Pointed the king of the 11th court. 11 began. Reporting to King Lanyao, I am here to accuse the snake demon and her court of not one, but many crimes. She has attempted to usurp the power of the Diyun government and commit treason by creating an 11th court outside the 10 courts to process the dead. She has been deliberately creating vengeful ghosts from the deceased via cruel machinations, tricking innocents into thinking that they are sinners. 11 gestured to Lan Yu, and me. She has also been stealing the dead from the 10 courts, eating humans, and destroying the stolen souls in doing so. This removes souls from the cycle of reincarnation, and it is against the balance of the world. King Lan Yao nodded. I see. And I have no reason to allow you to continue. A giant snake, King of the 11th court, transformed into a giant snake. sound of rushing torrents. I fell to the ground in shock as the grip of the ghosts holding onto me disappeared. The ones holding onto me were running away. Don't you run, you traitorous cowards! As I turned to my feet, I saw that the ones I'd been holding onto Lan Yao similarly began to flee. The cuddly ghost didn't make it very far, being swatted by the Snake King with her large tail and swallowed whole. King Lan Yao pulled out his sword. Pulled out their sword, sorry. Snake Demon has committed crimes and won't be subdued and slain if she does not stand down and accept judgment. The soldiers pulled out their swords. The main ghosts on the Snake King's side prepared themselves to fight as well. As both sides began to fight, Lan Yu ran up to me and generally examined my slightly bloodied shirt. Hi Yu. Are you alright? Yansu. I don't fucking know how to pronounce names. Do you think I know how to pronounce names? I don't. Although my torso felt incredibly sore, I was still alive and the adrenaline of the moment likely numbed the pain. It could be better. But I think I'm alright. Are you? Yansu. Clang! Before we could talk about any further, a soldier rushed towards us and a monster. We hadn't even noticed. Cut down the monster, and without pausing went to continue fighting. Then a huge blade made of water rushed by us, only a meter away, splitting the soldier in half. I looked away, feeling a bodily nausea rising up from the mix of blood and mice mouth that were we were sitting ducks here. I told Youngsu, who couldn't tear her eyes away from what just happened. We're a bigger target if we're together, so let's split up and try to get out of the way. Yansu hesitated, but eventually nodded. You better not die. Same to you. We split up, running in different directions. As I reached a distance sufficiently far away from the center of the conflict, I couldn't help but keep an eye on fighting. On 11. Xiao Yuan. I spotted 11 bend down to a defeated soldier and pick up his sword after offering a few words. Then she rushed into the fray, smashing in the head of a vengeful ghost moving in the direction of the Snake King. Clang, clang, the ghosts and soldiers clashed. The Snake King, huge as she was, swatted at the battlefield indiscriminately, with her giant body and manipulating huge sections of water drop to drown and cut. It felt unreal. Long Liao. She attacked the Snake King, attacking with their sword. This fight between them appeared almost like a dance. With each attack, the other dodged and retaliated with shining cuts, slashing water. Thanks for the alert, Olivia. Have fun! 11 rushed in, chasing after the Snake King as well, following in step with King Lan Yao. She stabbed and slashed at the Snake Kings fearlessly. I wanted to rush. Actually, snake tongue's weird. Snake tongues are weird. I didn't realize how weird snake tongues were. I don't know if they look snake tongues for a reason, but anyways. I wanted to rush in and help, but I was too scared, too weak. I wanted to grab a sword too, but I thought it would just get in the way. Damn it. Eleven is added. Why are we just calling it 11? We're just gonna call it 11 apparently. Not UN. Eleven's added presence began to throw the Snake King into a defensive. Onto the defensive. Maybe because of how long 11 had accompanied her before. A large wave of roaring water flew towards the two attackers, with a low swipe by the Snake King's tail, making my heart nearly stop. The water itself was split apart by King Lanyao's blade. Unreal. Then, with one smooth movement, King Lanyao cut off the Snake King's tail. Ah! The blood splattered out like hose water. Red, leaking red. The tail bouncing onto the ground and twitching a few times before stopping. The Snake King flew back many meters, making a critical retreat from King Lanyao. When she spotted me watching, and then she came charging at me. I couldn't dodge. A blur of black and red dashed in front of me. My eyes, before I could brace myself. I heard a crunch sound that shouldn't have come from the human body. Warm, red blood splattered into my face. 11 had thrown herself in front of me, trying to block the Snake King, and gotten herself impaled through the chest with a large, terribly large fang. Her body was limp in the Snake King's mouth, far too much blood dripping on the ground, melting with a red dress, yet she still held onto the sword. Time seemed to stop. Thinking it was going to eat her. Suddenly the Snake King jolted and threw 11 to the side instead, sending her body hurling into the air. King Lanyao had come chasing after the snake. The Snake King and King Lanyao, Lan Luo, what if Lao? Lan Luo resumed their violent dance. I ran to 11, ignoring the sword that had fallen now a meter away from her body. That was so ambitious. There was so much blood spilling from her body. Although red suited her, this was far too much red. I held her, but I didn't know what to do to stop the red from flowing. Maybe I'm still a weak little girl in the end. I shook my head profusely. No, she was so wrong. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have anything to patch her up with, and even if I tried to put pressure on the wound, it was far too large for my hands to stop the blood. She coughed, her tattered body convulsing. But I'm glad. I'm glad that I rebelled against her, and I did it before she devoured you too. As I've said, I'm rather fond of you. You don't need to talk. She shook her head. Even if it's only if we've only known each other for a short period of time, I really am fond of you. My heart seemed to constrict. I felt as if something was stuck to my throat. Well, I'm also fond of you. Really, I like you. I think we would become really close given time. She was a kind person, although she held herself with a cold exterior. Prickly at times. Underneath, she was warm in a way that couldn't be destroyed. But only knowing her for so little time, I already caught a glimpse of that. And, you know, you had a really pretty name. Yuen. I wondered if she didn't like her family name. Xiao. If I were her, then I would have discarded the name of a useless family that threw her away. Is that so? Then call me by that name. Yes, Yuen is really pretty. So are you. Her words tickled my heart, but I couldn't feel happy when she was still bleeding. Is there anyone to save you? Any afterlife magic or anything? I'm just a washed up, divorced woman. What's the point? Something snapped in my brain. Then marry me. You shouldn't say that so easily. I was chastised. Marriage wasn't as simple as proposing and figuring out later. It was someone who couldn't even work out a long-term dating relationship. I was someone who couldn't work out a long-term relationship. I just didn't want Yuen to give up. But I shouldn't give up just yet. Because that snake is still here. Kiss me and give me some of your life power. The essence of your soul. If you want to. I kissed her. Her lips were soft. A warm energy passed from me to her. She bit down on my lower lip, Ayo, drawing blood, Ayo. then prodding with her warm tongue, Ayo. She licked the blood from my lips, Ayo. A tingling feeling rushed through me. My heart skipped a beat. I focused on kissing her, on passing life power on her soft lips. My face was definitely flushing, my heart racing with an emotion far from fear, much closer to delight. Our lips parted. For air? No. It seemed that we were done. Her lips appeared redder than before. The flow of blood from her chest had stopped. I helped Yuen to her feet. Thank you. Her complexion looked better. She was blushing pink, reaching her ears in the cutest way. She walked to the side to pick up her sword, but rather than jumping back into the fray, she returned to my side. She looked towards the still continuing fight between the Snake King and King Lanyuo. The Snake King appeared to be losing, bleeding from many cuts from the myriad of puddles on the ground. King Lanluo chased after her, swinging their blade relentlessly. No longer was it a dance. Now it was a hunt. Unlike before, even I could follow the Snake King's movements. All the vengeful ghosts appeared to have been defeated, dealt with by the 10 courts soldiers. I spotted Lansu standing near a few soldiers being protected from any watery attacks. I felt relieved that she was safe. Snake King began to flee from King Lanuo. Perhaps furious that Li Wen had called the 10 courts upon her, the Snake King charged in our direction. You! No. Li Wen charged the Night Snake with her sword in hand as well. She and the Snake King had their own short violent dance that lasted only as long as it took for Li Wen to get up on top of the giant snake. Taking advantage of the weakened Snake King's lapse in judgment, Li Wen stabbed the sword into the Snake King's forehead. She pushed it into the Snake King's brain and forced the Snake King into a dirty puddle with a splash. The snake convulsed and stopped moving. I don't belong to anyone. She kicked the snake corpse. King Luo approached, looking over the giant snake with the sword in her head, nodding to Li Wen, Yiwen, and me. They sheathed their sword and retrieved a strange artifact from their sleeve. With a quietly murmured spell, they held the artifact out towards the snake. The snake was sucked into the artifact and disappeared from our sight. Snake King demon has been judged and sealed. After that, King Lanlu had their people clean it up. Lan Shi joined Yuan and me off the side waiting. He looked at our bloodied bodies and couldn't help but worry in a way that brought a sense of peace to my heart. By the time the people from the 10 courts finished, this place looked almost as if no fight had occurred. Now, we must deal with the three of you. Now we must deal with you three remaining. The 2 human souls. Qin Hairu and Cheng Yanshi should be returned to the cycle of reincarnation. Xiao Yuan must also be punished for her part in the false 11th court and removed from the cycle of reincarnation. No! My wife! I just married her! So King Lanshuo spoke, but I couldn't accept his judgment. We just got married! Without thinking, I stepped protectively in front of Yuan. Then realized that I couldn't do anything to protect her. I got to my knees and prostrated myself before King Lanyo. Yuan should not be punished for the deeds of the Snake King. Why do you say that? I looked up, just into a kneeling position. I'm reading fucking difficult for me, for no reason. I was just into a kneeling position, and saw that King Lanyo did not appear to be upset by my request. However, they did not appear to accept it either. She is also a victim of the Snake King. Instead of being punished, she should be rewarded for meritorious deeds in saving our lives and revealing the crimes of the fake 11th court. King Lanyo, please spare her. Following my lead, Yansi kneeled before King Lanyo as well. I don't know what she did in the past, but I know that she helped us. The reason that you came here and found out about the Snake King's wrongdoings should be her sounding those drums. King Lanyo, I get so many names. I can't fucking. Looked at the three of us. Yansi and I were kneeling. Well, Yuan made no movement to beg for animosity. Yuan shook her head. Thank you, but I will take my punishment. Everything I've done is for my own selfish reasons. What sort of expression was that? Was she really satisfied? I want to ask Yuan if this was really alright. My chest constricted, and I wanted to shout out that being human meant being selfish. That wasn't being selfish, right? I didn't want to see her go out burning together with the people she hated. I felt that she still had life left to live, even if we were already dead. You're sabotaging our efforts to save you. I didn't know what sort of expression I was making. Well, but I could see her smile. Remember me instead. She smiled as if a weight had been removed from her shoulders. For example, remember that Yuan existed and that Yuan was here. Yi, like harmony. Wen, like multicolored clouds. If Hairu can remember Yuan, then Yuan will be satisfied enough. Letting out a little chuckle, she paused and tilted her head towards Yangshi, as if Chung Young-si remembers me then, I wouldn't be unhappy either. Young-si looked a little shy. Yuan bowed to King Yanluo, making her own request to the King of Hell. Please grant the two humans their word that the false 11th court promised them, King Lanluo. They were forced to go through 3 cruel games with the promise that they would be allowed to undo their deaths and return to the world of the living. The powers left in the Snake King, though that stolen power, should be enough to return the two of them to life. We seem to be receiving many requests today. Then, King Lanluo nodded. That is agreeable. That is agreeable. Yet it wasn't agreeable to me. I want to go back to life, but if it were to be like this, we would just be trading our lives for her life, even if she had died a long time ago. King Lanluo, please spare her! Why? I met King Lanluo's eyes, and I realized that they were cold. Terribly, terribly cold. Because her life wasn't that snake demon's thing. Because her... Yeah. It wasn't the snake's thing. It wasn't the snake's thing. It was her father's... It was her father's thing. Both of those people took her life away from her. And I felt that... I felt that was so unfair. In what world was it okay? My tears dripped onto the ground. I realized that I was crying. Silence. Then let Xiao Yiwen live out a human life first. Live out the life taken from her, the snake demon, and then be judged again by the 10 courts after her death. At that time, as a human being, like she should have been all along. A few decades is not an issue to wait. That is to say, you will all return to the realm of the living, to live out the remainder of your lives. We will see you again at the 10 courts one day. King Lanluo made a few gestures with their hands, and began to chant a spell that I could not understand. Soon enough, this place began to be covered in particles of light. Rather perhaps, the 3 of us were turning into light. Thank you. King Lanluo did not acknowledge our words any longer. Yang-si stood up, brushing off her knees, seemed to squint as if looking at something bright when gazing at Li Wen and me before shaking her head. Then mouthing, "See you later," she turned and disappeared into light. The woman took my hand and pulled me up to my feet. Let's go. Women enveloped us. The events of the time felt just like yesterday. Yet in a blink of an eye, 4 years had already passed by since the game of life incident in the afterlife. While we never spoke about it to anyone else, Yang-si, Yiwen, and I were all doing well and keeping in touch. Yang-si had gotten incredibly busy recently. The company she worked for making a breathtaking with a breakthrough on cancer T-cell therapy and going through many successful clinical trials. As a major contributor to that project, her career seemed bright, but unfortunately her free time was blocked out. I hadn't been able to meet her in person much in the past few months. As for Yi Wen, she had been dropped into my apartment as she was in the other world, but as a living, breathing human, being 4 years ago, as a real, breathing human being 4 years ago. A few difficulties arose with getting identification papers settled, but connections never failed to help. Yay! A legal document! At the moment, she was going to school, funded by the government, and working part-time as an expert in ancient China. I don't know how, but she managed to convince the government that she was in fact from the distant past without being dissected or institutionalized. What the fuck? She'd become something of major VIP in the right circles. My career was also going rather smoothly, but all these thoughts about our work and careers were just floating around in my mind because I was a tad nervous to think that I would be thinking about that sort of thing in a Friday afternoon. At the moment, I was sitting around my apartment, fiddling with a little box in my jacket pocket. I knew what's happening because the song title kind of spoiled it. What I was really thinking about was my girlfriend, Yiwen, and I were dating. The little box in my pocket was something that I had been preparing for her. As I thumbed the corner of the box, finding them soft and rounded, I wondered if she would like it when she arrived. Look at her! I'm Mr. Red! I went to open the door, finding Yiwen there. Come in! How was your day? It was alright. We chatted a while in the doorway about our day and various miscellaneous topics before Yiwen suddenly took my hand into hers. How do engagements work in the modern era? Between women, that is. She has the same idea! My brain seemed to churn to a halt. I want to ask you to marry me. My heart skipped a beat. After my cheek began to beat up, my face must have been terribly red. With that beautiful smile of hers, she continued talking while playing with my fingers. I wasn't able to give you a dowry, and then compared our 8 characters, and yet it seemed that those little rituals of the past are a little of matter now. I love you highly. I love you too. My heart was about to burst into from happiness. Will you marry me? I nodded. Of course. I prepared rings to propose to. I pulled out the little box from my pocket, dropping it to my one knee. I opened the little box and revealed the ring that I had chosen after sneakily asking her weeks ago. Will you marry me, Yiwen? Yes, of course. With hands trembling from joy, I slipped the ring onto her ring finger. There it is. Wait, was it there before? It wasn't! Lovely. She gestures for me to give her a ring to put on me as well, and I pulled out another little box from my other pocket. Another box! And this means you promise to spend a long, happy lifetime with me? She slipped the matching ring onto my ring finger. I nodded. Yeah. Close your eyes. We kissed. A warm, soft kiss. But with love. Yay! We didn't fucking die! Again. No bad ends! I'm good at this game. Oh! Someone else wrote the Mimi route. Interesting. Fun. Sprite Splash, you know. Poly rendering as assistant. Yo, Fornoki Pog. Monster art by Pauline Renark. You did type only once. That's before the game started. Back on art by Nanako Shimono. I don't think I recognize any of these names. I only know Shino because that's the person that's like Fornoki. That's the only person I would probably recognize the name of, I think. But we're here looking for us anyways, because they're important. Headed by jellyfish. Jellyfish! Jellyfish don't can't swim at night. QI designer. Danny. Nervous system? Sometime. We'll finish watching Jellyfish. I have. Oh, I think I'm on like episode like 5 or. Armia! I guess I do know. I guess I do recognize the name. I should be just surprised, I guess. I was like, I'm not gonna recognize any names in there. Oh, hi, Armia. 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 Armia, what the? Hi. Again, I should be just surprised. I should be surprised. They're well acquainted. They're well acquainted with each other. I'm not sure why I just fucking yell in the ear. Sorry about that. Wow. What? Cute. What's the difference? Oh, that's the difference. Oh my god, she's smiling! She's smiling in this one! Yay. She's so gay. Ending gallery? Bad ending scene! None of them. None of them. None of the bad ending scene. None of them were seen. I saw none of the bad endings. Whoops. Oh. Dev notes! Contributing to the main ending. I mean, a main ending. Oh, you're posting Q&A. Nobody knows. There's some behind the scenes here. Oh, yeah. Can you tell us more about what inspired the various segments for soup? For soup! Oh. Ergo the death game. Mythology. Ooh, fun. It's late. I shouldn't read all this. It's late. I should not read all. You can read this. If you want to read this, go play the game yourself. I'm gonna read my free time. I'll read it later. No free time. But if you want to, that's good. What a good game. What a good game. It's late. We run an hour over. We've got a whole hour over, but that's fine. I've been stacking on these long ads this whole time, so I'm not like starving, like usual. I'm not fucking dying of hunger. Thankfully. Oh hi! Hi, Frunuki. I knew it was real good. Real good. Thank you. Hi. Welcome in. Hi. Hi. How are you doing? Jump scare. Dev jump scare. Whoa. Good game. What a good game. I got no bad endings. I am cracked. I'm a pro gamer, clearly. But wow, it was a good game. Hello. Hello, background, sorry. Good game. A lovely game. I enjoyed it. This is, I think, my third game I played from you. I think. Unless I'm missing something. I played Who is the Red Queen? That's the name, right? I forgot. Twice. And I played, the one game I can never pronounce. Something in Apostos. The one word. Something in Apostos. I can never remember how to pronounce that one game name. Because I'm fucking dumb. Lachesis or Atropos. That one. I can never pronounce that word. I also can't pronounce. But yeah, that one. I also can't pronounce it. It was. I enjoyed this game. It was really good. It was spooky. Big spooky. I got the 11 ending, which is very pretty. I love women. I love women. Thumbs up, women. But yeah, good game. A lovely little one and done. Maybe one day I'll go back to the other ending. On my own time, definitely. Definitely my own time. Women. Do I have glasses on here? I don't think I do. No, I only have Mimo. I only have Mimo. Nofkai. Mimo. Mimo. That's Mimo. Mimo. I only have Mimo. I ain't got any. I also have copium in Christmas. I don't have anything else. I don't have cool shades, but yeah. Thank you for making the lovely game. It was really fun. I enjoyed the story. Really absorbed. I struggled to say everyone's name. Every time a name popped up, I yelled at myself. And then at the end where I explained how to say it, then at the very end, it broke down the main character's name, and I realized I'm a fucking idiot who kept saying the word "teen" wrong. Cause it's teen like 1,000. Yeah, teen. It's funny, cause It's funny, cause I know Cantonese, and I can't pronounce any fucking names. I can't read Chinese goddamn names. It's funny to me. The irony is not lost. I was like, I'm pronouncing the name wrong this whole time. Like a fucking idiot. I'm gonna go now. Oh wait, she's finished the game, so I can't read her. She's finished the game. I gotta find the roster raid, damn it. Why are you black and white? Why is there a collab for... That's a bizarre thing to collab. Sorry, I'm looking at... This is a bizarre thing that... They're collabing... My friend is collabing to the princess. That's a bizarre thing to collab. A 5-person collab? What the fuck? This is news to me. I haven't seen this happen before. A 5-person collab for Slay the Princess. Huh! Interesting. Sorry. I just thrown off guard. No, I've seen someone collab Slay the Princess, a game that has a lot of choices to be fair, but still. It's surprising. That's a weird collab, just... I don't know! Do they have voices turned on? Give me a second. Because it's fully voiced, basically. It's basically fully voiced, except for your own thoughts, basically. So like, I'm confused. What are they collabing? What are they collabing? How does this work? I'm thrown off guard. I'm waiting for a choice to be made so I can listen to whatever's happening. But okay, we might just go art stream. I have a friend doing art stream. Last night art stream. We're probably gonna go there instead of the confusion that is a 5-person collab of the princess, which is interesting concept-wise, but I don't know what the fuck that is about at all. I'm gonna put earbuds so I can listen to what happens if they have the game sounds on. Anyways, that's it for tonight. Tonight and today. Hope you have a lovely evening. I'm gonna go have some real food that isn't longan, that isn't just fruit. I'm just slowly eating fruit this whole time. And I should go have some actual real food. But thank you all for hanging out. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST. 3 p.m. EST. We're gonna play a interesting game. An interesting game. 3 p.m. EST. Hope to see y'all then, and have a lovely evening. I'm gonna go start the braid first. Don't drop the fucking fruit on the floor. Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna have a we're gonna go and rest up and have just relax, have some dinner, and maybe watch some movie with my friend. We'll find. Well, I'll see. We'll see. We as in me. I will see. But until then, have a lovely evening. We'll see you tomorrow. If not, have a lovely rest of your week. Until then. Bye-bye! Wait, mine misread mine.